Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everyone. We are going to call the meeting to order. It is 6:02 p.m. and I'm really excited to call up Riley Brady, a 5th grade student at West Hollywood Elementary, to lead the pledge. Riley, you can come right on up here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. Wonderful job. I'm going to also call up Nicholas Roybal to do the land acknowledgement, please.
Good evening, West Hollywood. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the city of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Gabrielino Quiche peoples.
Thank you so much, Nick. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Meister. So, Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
I'm here too.
Councilmember Shine. Here. Vice Mayor Byers. Here. And Mayor Erickson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. City Attorney, please provide a readout of the closed session.
Yes, hello, good evening. The City Council convened a closed session this evening, which began at 5:34 p.m. There was one piece of written correspondence for public comment. The council discussed the one item of business listed on the posted agenda, one piece of anticipated litigation, and took no reportable action. The closed session concluded at 5:55 p.m.
Thank you so much, City Attorney Langer. All right, we're going to move to approval of the agenda. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes from staff?
No, Mayor, there are no changes from staff.
Wonderful. Which one of my colleagues would like to make any amendments today? Councilmember Meister?
I can start. To move to consent 6A, direction to work with LASD on vehicular noise. And 6B, resolution to condemn conflict in Ethiopia.
Sounds good.
And then I'd like to ask to pull from consent 3 items. 2H, update on major commercial and mixed-use development projects. 2J, update on vacation short-term rental compliance efforts. And 2M as in Mary, temporary public art exhibition by Janet Zweig.
Thank you. And are my colleagues okay with taking 2H at the same time as we do, where is it?
5B.
5B. I was
5C,
sticking
actually.
fingers. Are we okay with doing those together?
It's 5C.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is it 5C?
Yeah, so we'll be taking that one together with the update.
5B.
Yeah, it is 5B.
Yeah,
Update
okay,
on
great.
capital projects. Yeah.
Are my colleagues okay with doing those items together? Wonderful. So just to recap so far, we are moving so far 6B, 6A. We are then also removing 2H, 2J, and 2M. Are there any other items my colleagues would like to do tonight?
Can we move 4A, or it's legislative, but I think we should be able to.
I'm fine with 4A. Looks like a cleanup ordinance.
I have direction, so I mean,
Sure.
I can mention it at
Why don't we leave it?
do you want to leave it on?
Yeah, let's leave it. Great. All right.
It'll be quick.
Promises, promises. Are there any other items from my colleagues that? Nope. All right, sounds good. So we are removing from consent 2H, 2J, 2M, and then moving to consent 6B, which is a resolution condemning the conflict in Ethiopia and standing in solidarity with the people of Ethiopia, and 6A, direction to work with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to develop a strategy to address vehicular noise in West Hollywood. I have a Vice Chair Byers. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. I think, wonderful. Thank you so much. Do my colleagues have any adjournment motions this evening? Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. Going to ask to adjourn in the memory of Marilyn Joy Shandrick, mother of longtime resident and former Human Services Commissioner Patrick Shandrick. She lived a full life till the age of 94. She passed away filled with care and comfort on January 24th at the Indiana Veterans Home in West Lafayette, Indiana. Marilyn was kind, compassionate, and made people feel special by showing true interest in their lives. She grew up and lived most of her life in the South Hills, was devoted to family and friends, played volleyball with a group of women for decades, and was an enthusiastic extra appearing in over 20 movies that were filmed in Pittsburgh. She is survived by her sons and their spouses, Michael and Lori, Patrick and Donald, and grandchildren, Caitlin, Corey, and Maggie, and great-granddaughter, Cambria Marilyn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do any of my other colleagues have adjournment motions? Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I would request that we adjourn in memory of Jeffrey Solomon. Jeffrey was the spouse, the husband of Fran Solomon, our longtime city employee. He passed away recently. Jeffrey was in the mortgage business and the real estate business for many, many years. And after he retired from that, he started a walking tour of Venice Beach and did that for many years. And he was the love of Fran's life, and she was the love of his life. And I know that many people remember Fran, so I would request that we adjourn in his memory.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Heilman. Do any of my colleagues have any other adjournment motions? No, I would just also like us to adjourn a motion of Chita Rivera, who passed away, longtime celebrant of the stage and everything else. She brought joy to many people, and I know many people in this community will miss her. All right, moving on. We have a few presentations tonight. First, we want to bring back up Riley Brady for doing such an amazing job during the pledge. So come on up, Riley. Congrats again, Riley. That won't get you out of being late to school, but if you give it to your principal, it might help a little bit. All right, next we're going to do two presentations at the same time. So tonight's all about cats over here on to my left. But tonight we have two presentations, certificates to Anna Walt Lumber and Lux Paws, as well as declaring it Community Cats Day in the city of West Hollywood. So Renee Sotil and MJ Godges, longtime community members, reached out to let me know about an inspiring instance of communal unity. Tonight, I would like to acknowledge several individuals from Anna Walt Lumber for their exceptional efforts in supporting the city's Trap Noodle Return program by caring for 5 adult cats and rescuing 5 kittens. The following individuals went above and beyond by providing food, shelter, and assistance. So we have Adilio Gonzalez, Eduardo Goldstein, Armando Morodel, and then manager Basil Alexander. Additionally, yes, give him a round of applause. Additionally, we have in attendance Jackie from the founder of Lux Paws with us tonight. And Lux Paws is a part-time volunteer street rescue initiative focused on trapped neuter, and return, and rescuing the most vulnerable kittens in neighborhoods and in the LA region. And the ultimate aim is to inspire community-driven spay-neuter model that, if replicated across LA, could help prevent the suffering of unwanted animals on the streets and the euthanization in our shelters. As background, Lux Paws offered guidance, and the one and only right over there promptly responded by meeting with Anna Walt's staff. Raise your hand because you went above and beyond, and worked together successfully to gather cats and kittens over 24 hours. Jackie oversaw health checkups for the kittens and ensured their well-being until they were old enough for spaying and neutering and adoption. She also took responsibility for 3 adult cats. The 5 adults were returned to Anna Walt Lumber, where the employees continue to feed and care for them. Manager Basil Alexander and the entire Anna Walt Lumber team truly embody the spirit of the West Hollywood community. And then additionally, community cats, also known as feral or stray cats, live outdoors and have been socialized to, and have not been socialized to humans. These feline communities can be found in urban, suburban, and rural areas. And whereas these cats can present a problem, 2 of our exceedingly amazing community members saw and found a solution to ensuring that we played our part in the world to do this. And so the City of West Hollywood extends its gratitude to vested community members and organizations, which include longtime residents and advocates Renee Sotil and MJ Tomcat Gadges, for their leadership in advocating for the West Hollywood Community Cats Program and helping supporting the community cats in West Hollywood. So I'm going to invite you all up and my colleagues to come down and we'll take another photo. Cats. I don't know if there are cats, but if there are.
Yes. Yes, Renee Sotil, resident and community cat mom to many. So I want to give a quick thank you and mention to some of our community cat crusaders. Of course, all of these people, council, the staff, and Andrew Harlan for telling us about the Anna Walt colony. Chi Hong Sing for letting us use his home as a safe holding area for the kittens. Alan Strasberg for his cat cab services, driving us to and from the Amanda Foundation and safely releasing the cats at Anna Walt. And a special meow goes to this perfect council. Council member Meister, your motion creating the TNR program laid the groundwork. And actually, that was the first time I called you, like in 2015. I don't think you remember. I was like, hi, there's cats. And you're like, okay. Yeah. And no, but then look what happened. Look where we are. And then I laid the groundwork to allow the expansion by Mayor Erickson that now provides the free and local TNR services for our outdoor residents. And you're allergics. So thank you.
Definitely.
So thank you. Thank you to everyone.
You are too. Yeah, I can't be.
Tomcat.
Tomcat, got Tomcat? Okay. I'm Tomcat, West Hollywood Community Cat. It's not in my wild nature to be indoors around all you humans so close, but I have a tale to tell. I used to fight all the time. The fur was really flying. You probably heard my loud howls in the middle of the night, hissing. And at this time, I'd like to take personal responsibility and sincerely apologize to all my kitty baby mamas. It's because of me that you had to give birth 2 to 3 times. Every 2 to 3 months, you had to give birth to litters. So that's not even right. That's not right. But once the West Hollywood Community Cat Program got me fixed, I'm a changed man. A whole new Tom. Now all I do is make love, not kittens. So on behalf of my entire colony, who obviously couldn't be here tonight, I did invite them, but they know they're misunderstood and they're scaredy cats. So we'd like to thank all of you who understand us and care about us, everyone at Anawalt and to Jackie at Lux Paws, who came to the rescue finding homes for my 5 youngest babies, my last litter. They were in a construction zone, an active construction zone next to Anawalt. So it's good to know that tonight they are dry and warm and indoors tonight. They all got adopted. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but they are in safe, caring, human hands. And I hope they're purring all the time. I'd be purring too if my wild nature would let me calm down for just a second. But thank you, Council. You give us hope. Pause up. Keep doing what you're all doing. So I'm going to give it a try now for the first time. I'm going to try to purr because this is pure purr. This is pure purr. This is pure perfection. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. What a great way to... Jackie, yeah. We'll keep it short.
Just as an LA city gal, I just want to say to the city, to all the residents, it's great to see a humane city really step up for animals. Again, you know, for the cats and to support spay-neuter. We need to be doing this all over LA. Thank you for doing this, and thanks for being so compassionate.
Thank you so much, Jackie. All right, we're going to move on to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take actions on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items or items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting and for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the public hearing. If you go over your 2 minutes and do not respond to the city clerk's notification that your time has expired, your microphone will be muted. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to the consent calendar, you may take this public comment period to speak on the consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Lastly, speakers should not bring any items to the podium other than the prepared written statement or writing materials. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 10 speakers in chambers, and we have 1 individual in Zoom.
Great. Let's start with the speaker on Zoom, and then we'll go to chambers. As long as it's a consent calendar item. Great.
Our first speaker for public comment is Danny Shaker. Danny, go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Danny Shaker with Mother Tree and Edibles Lounge licensee. We just want to make a comment on 2F. We're in full support of staff's recommendation to pause the timeline for the cannabis licensees to open up and the other details of the recommendation. It's really absolutely necessary to be able to push these licenses forward because the city itself in planning and building and safety has slowed down the process for us as we still have not been assigned a planner to be able to move our application forward. As of today, we still don't have a planner assigned to us So thank you very much for hearing me out, and my apologies for not being able to be there in person. This weather has me a little bit under the weather. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to council chambers now, and I see on my screen the first public commenter is Jackie Subek, to be followed by Alex Cardos.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Sorry, good evening. I wasn't quite ready. Yes, I'm Jackie Subek. I'm a 30-year resident, and I am an edibles lounge licensee. I want to just thank you. I support the staff motion tonight to support the pause. I think the pause is important right now, understanding that staff is intending on talking to everybody, finding out what everybody needs, taking a minute, and coming back and bringing an ordinance forth in a couple of months. I think a pause is a really fair thing to do right now, and I want to thank you for that. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Subek. Alex Cardos be followed by, I see Danny Shaker, but he commented on Zoom, so we're going to move next. We're going to go to Alex Cardos. Hello. Next to Scott Schmidt, please.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to thank you for supporting item 2F, and lots to discuss, but this is a great start. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alex. Scott Schmidt to be followed by Jay Handel.
Good evening, Scott Schmidt, resident of West Hollywood. For the past 3 years, and specifically in the past since September, I've spoken to you on behalf of Emerald Village, the cannabis tourism marketing organization that's for everyone. What has become clear in the past 2 weeks is that everyone, our current members and our future members, aren't necessarily on the same page of things, so I'm not here in that capacity. I wanted to make that clear. You did receive very late, and my apologies, there was a technical issue, a letter from 7 of the current operators asking you to put a pause on the pause, maybe table it for 2 weeks. If that's not happening, that's understandable. It's unfortunate that the conversation changed at some point from being about giving more time to those who need it to a conversation about changing the license type. We have tried in earnest to meet with all of the cannabis licensees, to work with them to try and find middle ground, and in response last Friday received a demand that was wholly unreasonable that would have allowed the edible license holders to operate a 3,000 square foot consumption lounge alongside a dispensary. I don't think the residents want that. I don't think that's what the council envisioned when we said we were going to create non-smoking spaces for people to enjoy cannabis. So I would request kindly that as you pass this tonight, that you give a direction to staff, that you focus the conversation going forward on those deadlines, giving more time, which we understand that is necessary. We've been working to try and find that and find equitable solutions to provide those two considerations to those who don't need the more time because they open their businesses. That gives them considerations for the fact that, you know, other people are getting more time, they don't need it, so they should be getting something back. Any discussion that goes beyond that, I'm afraid, isn't going to be productive, and I don't want to waste staff's time and the city's money. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott. Jay Handel to be followed by Steve Martin.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Jay Handel. I'm the owner of The Woods and Holy Water. I just want to say this. You know, I've had some talks with both sides of this issue. And the reality is this. What I've learned in the last 72 hours is that the edible licenses are having a hard time. They're having a hard time either because of city staff not being able to get planners to work with them, or because they don't have the ability to get investors because people don't have faith that this is actually going to work as an edible lounge. Many of the people that you're going to hear or have heard, and you'll see on a letter, are people that came into this city based on what the rules were, not what the rules might be down the line. This is 1.9 square miles. This is a city that if you do some of the things that I was told that the edible lounges want to do, you would be creating 7 mini dispensaries and 7 more smoking lounges. And that's not what we all signed up for. I've got over $10 million invested in your city. And it was done based on what we were told the rules were. Changing those rules now jeopardizes financially our investment in this city. Because certainly if you talk to the operators in this city today, it's not working now with what we have. It's going to work a lot less if you go ahead and increase it. I would rather have seen you table this for 2 weeks and get more discussion internally with staff. But certainly, since you're going on the consent calendar and you're probably going to run this through, what Scott said, I would absolutely endorse. And that is narrow the scope of what staff looks at, you know, look at them individually, see the help they need, give them that time if that's what's necessary. Do not change the rules in mid-court now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jay. Steve Martin, to be followed by Victor Olmanchenko.
Good evening, Mayor Erickson and Vice Mayor Byers. It's really hard to, I just want to reinforce what Jay said, and because this isn't what the community signed up for. We went through a long, long process. People understood certain rules, and it is a problem if city staff wasn't assigned, but that's an internal problem that you guys should be dealing with. The other issue, though, is the enhancement of these licenses really changes the game, and in a way that's just not fair, it's not equitable, and the concern of the community is going to result in a proliferation of licenses, something that the community did not sign up for. And that's just not fair. Just to change subject a little bit, I would ask that you guys adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of the 3 service members who were killed along the border of Jordan and Syria. And, you know, the city of Beverly Hills recently put up a monument, 1,400 flags representing the life of each one of the people who was massacred on October 7th. Each one of those flags also represents the lives of 20 Palestinians that were killed in the Gaza Strip. And I think we need to recognize that between people in Gaza, people on October 7th, U.S. service members, people on the West Bank, over 30,000 people have been killed in this war. 30,000, that represents 80% of the city's population. Think about 80% of your friends being gone. We really need to stand up for what's right, for the humanity of everybody there, and seek peace. So thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you so much, Steve. We have Victor Olmanchenko to be followed by George Nickel.
Good evening, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. Victor Olmanchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident, here to speak on a couple of the consent items. I'm happy that several of them were moved to further discussion because I really think that's important to look at our update on major commercial and mixed-use development permits. Regarding the annual comprehensive financial report 2I, I did pick it up. I think I left it at the desk. I'll go get it in a minute. We will review it, and I trust that you have all reviewed that document because it always has important information in it. Regarding the legislative priorities in the city, I know that we were very happy when our Assembly member, Richard Zbour, put in some legislation about if you're disabled and a rent-stabilized person living on the second floor of an apartment building and you meet the criteria, if available, you may be able to move down to a first floor unit and thus retaining your rent-stabilized tenancy. That law was signed into effect by Governor Newsom last fall. I believe its starting date was January 1st. Where are the regulations? Where are the rules? How do our residents now avail themselves of this fine legislative accomplishment? Thank you so much for the forthcoming support, hopefully, of the August 18th Third Ciclavia in WeHo. And I just have to comment on number 2P, where we're going to be looking at declaring surplus property at 1047 and 1057 North Crescent Heights. I understand that an RFP will be issued for a nonprofit to build 100% affordable housing. I understand that the state rules though, allow also for consideration of the use of such land for parks and recreation as well as educational facilities. So I was just wondering how the public was involved in deciding on this 2P item that it's going to be affordable housing, which I do realize is a worthwhile goal, but I think this is ripe for a community conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Victor. We have George Nickel to be followed by Nicholas Roybal.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm speaking tonight in support of 6A. Vehicular noise is a problem, and as the staff report made very clear, it is not just a quality of life issue, it's a health issue. They quoted the World Health Organization. One of the problems I see is enforcement. So there has to be a will. It seems to me that we already have rules on the book that we could enforce this if we want to. I know that, I believe in 2022, Council majority did pass a rule saying that they would lower the priority of certain stops, certain police stops. And there's something working the way through California Assembly as well, which is SB 50, which could also impact that. The staff report makes clear that what you did do 2 years ago would not stop the police from doing this. SB 50, it's not quite clear. It does refer to equipment. So perhaps faulty equipment, if it's a muffler, that could keep this from being enforced as well. So I would look at that, and before we continue to take the ability away from the police to enforce all of our laws, I would just look down the road and see the different types of things that it could keep us from enforcing, which can also help not just with public safety, but with people's health as well. So thank you.
Thank you, George. And if you want to talk to Hernan in the back, he can explain the differences of that law for you. Nick Roybal to be followed by Jeff Barton, who is our final speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Erickson, Vice Mayor Byers, and Council. First, I want to acknowledge our women, men, and people in uniform that serve the city. They do it outstandingly, so I want to acknowledge them, especially all those present in this room tonight, keeping us safe. That said, I think it would be imperative of us, City Manager Wilson and Mayor Erickson, that we include the 3 council members of LA City that triangulate our city, and that we bring them and LAPD into this conversation, because I live on Ogden, East WeHo Pride, shout out, and the noise from the copters, whichever service is using them, with the old windows, my goodness, it's a problem. And I know Paul former council member Corts of LA City and former mayor here had something on his website and dealt with this issue. But I wonder what can we, in bringing in those 3 council members, CD4, CD5, and Hugo Martinez Soto, I don't know the council district there, but 4, 5, and his, if we bring them in along with LAPD into the strategy, whatever that is, and deal with it, because it's really bad on the east side. And speaking of cats, our poor animals. You know, Jenny's Opal is now hiding under quilts and blankets and stuff because the sound. I mean, we're on the 2nd floor. You would think, you know, it was Saigon, you know, at certain points. Like, it gets that bad. So if we can involve those 3 council members, LAPD, and again, another shout out to our understaffed, undervalued, overworked, and underappreciated Sheriff's Department. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker is Jeff Barton.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Jeff Barton. I've been a West Hollywood resident since 2009, and I'm here to represent our entire community at Doheny Terrace HOA. I'm speaking this evening to strongly put my opinion on the public record regarding Councilmember Byers' participation in the appeal related to the 910 to 916 North Weatherly Drive, which will be heard in the next City Council meeting on February 20th. Ms. Byers' partner, Austin Sear, enjoys a professional relationship with Jeffrey Seymour, who is not only the developer's consultant and advocate on this project, but is also listed as the applicant on notices and other official documents related to the project. Clearly, in our judgment, there is a conflict of interest for City Council Member Byers, and she and her partner benefit from this professional relationship. It is well settled that even the appearance of a potential conflict or impropriety requires a decision maker on a matter such as this to recuse themselves from the issue. Former council member John Duran's op-ed in WehoVille, which is still available online, articulates all of the reasons why Ms. Byers should recuse herself from this item at the next meeting. We respectfully request that Ms. Byers consider her decision and recuse herself. And second, since I've got 45 seconds, I just wanted to echo the thanks to our understaffed and completely overworked Sheriff's Department. Crime in our neighborhood is seemingly out of control. And I wanted to request additional coverage on Cynthia between Doheny and San Vicente. Those stop signs are run constantly. I know that there were new right turn only signs put up at the corner. There was already a no left turn sign there, which no one observed, which is why there are accidents there seemingly constantly. So if we could get some enforcement of the new signs and the existing signs, that would be amazing. Thank you much.
Jeff, Danny's in the back right there. He'll raise his hand for you, and you can talk to him a little bit more about getting enforcement, and they'll make sure the sheriff's got that with them. Thank you so much.
Mayor?
Yes,
We have one more individual who wishes to speak on one of the consent calendar items.
in chambers?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Isla Tellez? And then this is our final speaker for public comment.
Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk.
Hello, my name is Ilsa Tellez. I am with Ash Society. We are one of the applicants who won the Edibles Only Lounge, and we are in full support of getting this extension. There were a few items that caused delays, and all the applicants actually benefited from extensions, especially during COVID. So, we have a different business model. We're not coming after the retail licenses, and we would just like an extension for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. City Manager Wilson, please provide us with your report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I just have a few updates. February is Black History Month. To recognize this important part of our history, the City of West Hollywood is hosting various events this month, including the WeHo Reads 2024 Literary Series that begins this week with Inspirations and Intersections, taking place virtually on Wednesday, February 7th from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. This event features authors celebrating their creative inspirations and intersections during Black History Month. The city will be providing its annual update of our DEI and GARE initiatives at the February 20th City Council meeting during city manager comments. And the city's lesbian speaker series, in collaboration with Mazer Lesbian Archives, presents a panel discussion titled Celebrating 35 Years of Black Lesbian Organizing in LA, United Lesbians of African Heritage and Black Lesbians United, on Saturday, February 24th at 2 p.m. in the City Council chambers. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Before I ask the city manager one question, do any of my colleagues have questions for the city manager? Nope. City Manager Wilson, the West Side City's COG, everyone's favorite meeting to go to in the middle of the day, does include various council members and people representing the West Side, right?
Correct.
And it's open to the public?
Yes.
Could we do, or maybe, is it possible for the comms people to put out that meeting so members of the public who wish to be a part of that meeting, because they get so many public commenters, might be able to do it? It might be helpful for us.
Okay, we will do that. And the meeting this week is in Beverly Hills, I believe it's.
Even closer. Thank you so much. All right, Madam City Clerk, what is the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar, with the addition of items 6A and 6B and the removal of items 2H, 2J, and 2M is in Mary, is $285,817 in expenditures, $400,000 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees. And there is a motion on the floor to adopt tonight's consent calendar.
Wonderful.
My yes did not, my yay did not get
Yeah,
registered.
so we have a yes vote from Mayor or Councilmember Shine as well.
Thank you.
Great, that passes unanimously. All right, we are going to move on to item 3A, appeal of the Planning Commission's approval to demolish a commercial building and construct a 7-story mixed-use development containing 110 residential apartment units above 3,795 square feet of ground floor commercial space over a subterranean garage with 115 parking spaces located at 8025 Santa Monica Boulevard, including finding that the project is exempt from CEQA under Class 32 categorical exemption for infill development projects. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from my colleagues? No?
I spoke to the applicant's representative, and I'm familiar with the site, and I've been to the site.
Thank you. I spoke to the applicant's representative as well. Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law, Mayor.
Wonderful. Welcome, staff. Hello. Will the staff representatives please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jennifer Alkire. I'm the current Historic Preservation Planning Manager, and I have with me Doug Vu, Senior Planner, to present the item. I think he's ready now, so we'll move into that part. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Erickson and members of the City Council. I think I'm sharing my screen, but I don't see it appearing.
Doug, are you on Zoom?
Yes, I am logged onto Zoom.
Is that where you're sharing screen from?
Yes.
Try again.
Voila. We can land a man on the moon, but
Again, sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor Erickson and City Council members. The item before you is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval on September 7, 2023 for the redevelopment of the project site located near the northeast corner of Santa Monica Boulevard and Crescent Heights Boulevards. The approval included demolition of the existing commercial bank building and construction of a 7-story mixed-use building containing 110 dwelling units above approximately 3,800 square feet of ground floor commercial space over a 2-level subterranean garage with 115 parking spaces. So the project includes 15 units of on-site affordable housing and utilizes a 49% density bonus and 2 concessions under the city's municipal code and the state density bonus law. On September 15, 2023, an appeal was filed with the city clerk by the Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER, which asserted that the Planning Commission's approval of the project was based on technical errors, errors of fact, and inaccurate or unsupported findings. A detailed discussion of each assertion is included in the staff report, but they pertain to three primary allegations. First, the project cannot qualify for a categorical exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act because it will result in significant air quality emissions from both construction and demolition activities that the city fails to adequately consider. Second, the decision to exempt the project from additional air quality studies violates the city's housing element because the exception only applies to residential developments and not mixed-use developments like the proposed project. And lastly, the city's unreasonably high appeal fee imposes a burden on the applicant to the due process right to a hearing. In response to the first assertion, under the CEQA guidelines, a Class 32 exemption for infill development projects is eligible if it meets 5 conditions. And one of those conditions includes approval of the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air, or water quality. The project was initially determined not to result in any significant effects relating to air quality because it did not exceed any of the screening criteria that would require a project-specific construction air quality study. But a study was subsequently prepared by the applicant that quantified construction emissions associated with all air pollutant sources, including but not limited to off-road construction equipment, demolition and grading activities, construction worker trips, vendor trips, and haul trips. And it compared the total emissions to applicable air quality management district, regional, and localized significance thresholds. The air quality study concluded that all construction emissions and criteria pollutants associated with the project would fall below regional and local significance thresholds, respectively, and that impacts related to air quality would be less than significant. Therefore, these results also confirm that the proposed project meets that condition, that approval of the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air, or water quality in order to qualify for this Class 32 infill exemption for development projects. Regarding the second allegation, the city previously did not require the project to conduct an air quality study because it is considered a housing project under the housing element, which included an inventory of potential development sites for the future housing that identified the subject property at 8025 Santa Monica Boulevard. In addition, the proposed development is also considered a housing project because 88% of the building's total floor area consists of residential uses that is consistent with the state's definition of a housing development project under the Housing Accountability Act. However, as was just stated, an air quality study for the project was prepared that quantified construction emissions associated with all air pollutant sources and compared them with the applicable air quality management district, regional and localized significance thresholds, which concluded that all construction emissions and criteria pollutants associated with the project would fall below regional and local significance thresholds, and therefore impacts related to air quality would be less than significant. In response to the last allegation, if payment of the appeal filing fee constituted a hardship or undue burden, the appellant had the ability to waive the fee by submitting a petition with the appeal signed by at least 50 residents or property or business owners within the city. This option under the municipal code is available to ensure the right to procedural due process is not restricted for appellants and has often been used in the past. The appellant has not provided evidence to justify that submitting a signed petition with the appeal also results in an undue burden. The city utilizes resources to review and process an appeal, and the fee is reasonable and necessary to reimburse the city for its costs in handling the appeal. Fees are heavily governed by state law, and the amounts are reestablished annually by the City Council that have never been alleged to be unreasonable or an undue burden. So staff reviewed a letter that was received earlier today regarding some additional comments for the project. And upon staff's review of the letter, it contained 5 points, 4 of which were concerning the air quality study. The letter incorrectly concludes that the project does not qualify for a Class 32 exemption because it includes mitigation measures. In fact, the project does not include project-level mitigation measures as it is well below the established thresholds for regional and local air quality impacts without mitigation. It tears off the programmatic EIR that was prepared for the city's housing element. This is the intent of the program-level EIR, and it is expected that individual projects will tear off of it. Additionally, the letter incorrectly asserts that certain air quality criteria were not studied properly. The project's air quality study followed the methodology and thresholds established in the housing element EIR, and again, properly tiered from the certified document. The letter does not provide any new information regarding the project that would invalidate any of the conclusions in the staff report. Further, the appellant's letter again asserts that the fees charged for the appeal are unreasonable. And again, the fees charged are based on an anticipated time spent processing the appeal. The fee is reasonable, and however, there is a mechanism to waive the fees that is often used, which is to provide the 50 signatures from West Hollywood residents or businesses. So based on the materials provided in the appeal and the letter that was received today, staff does not find that evidence has been presented of any technical errors, errors of fact, or inadequate or unsupported findings that would justify overturning the Planning Commission's approval. The existing site is underutilized and presents an opportunity for redevelopment that would support more of the city's adopted goals and policies. The lack of housing is a critical problem in California, and the proposal is a housing development that will assist the city in meeting its housing goals by providing 110 new residential units to the city's housing stock, including 15 permanently affordable units, helping the city to achieve its regional housing needs assessment of 3,933 units by 2029. The project is also subject to the Housing Accountability Act, and the legislature requires that the HAA must be interpreted and implemented to afford the fullest possible weight to the approval of housing. Finally, staff continues to support the finding that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act for infill developments that meet all the specific criteria to receive this exemption, and therefore would not have a significant effect on the environment. Staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and approve the development project at 8025 Santa Monica Boulevard as approved by the Planning Commission. This concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you so much, Doug. Do any of my colleagues have questions only for staff at this time? Anyone? No? Great. Thank you very much. All right. Does the appellant or their representative wish to address the City Council? You'll have a maximum, 5 minutes to make your presentation. Come on up.
Cool. Good evening, Mayor Erickson and honorable council members. My name is Marjano Bubo, an attorney with Lozo Jury, and I represent SAFER, the Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, and its members who live, work, and recreate in and around the city of West Hollywood. I'm here this evening urging the City Council to support our appeal and deny the project under the proposed Class 32 categorical exemption. We've been involved with the planning process and incorporate our previous comments and our expert opinions this evening, including the comments that we submitted earlier today. With the limited time I have, I'd like to highlight the few main issues that SAFER believes precludes the project from proceeding with a categorical exemption. So we maintain our position regarding the, I think it was like little north of $13,000 in the appeal fee that we briefed the city on, and we briefed that in the comment letter. But as a preliminary matter, and I think Mr. Vu said this, SAFER asserted as early as September that our findings of air quality impacts meant that the applicant could not rely on a categorical exemption, especially since they had not prepared the air quality study to measure the project's impacts. It was not until after, a couple months after SAFER filed its appeal, did the applicant finally prepare and submit an air quality study. So we'll explain the deficiencies of the applicant's study later, but felt this context is important when evaluating the project. First, case law makes clear that categorical exemptions are prohibited where mitigation measures are required to reduce a project's environmental impacts below significance. Admittedly, the project relies on mitigation measures. It's included within the city's housing element EIR in order to proceed. I believe the staff report explicitly includes these mitigation measures in the conditions of approval and concedes that a subsequent air quality study was prepared in accordance with the EIR's mitigation measure AQ2A. In fact, the applicant's air quality study itself undeniably includes a mitigation measure that is borrowed straight from the EIR, but it was reworded, so you can't really like copy and paste or Control F to identify the mitigation measure. As such, this is the first red flag as to why the project cannot proceed. Secondly, the project cannot proceed or qualify for the Class 32 exemption if the project results in significant air quality impacts. Our independent experts at Baseline Consulting reviewed the project, including the applicant's revised air quality study, and determined that the air quality study fails to adequately review the project impacts. So, for example, Baseline identified inconsistencies between the study and the output files that they provided. Let's see, and just the technical reports that the study is predicated on. So it undercuts the study's credibility as substantial evidence. In addition, while the applicant recognizes that, and I quote, the primary toxic air contaminant during construction is diesel particulate matter, or DPM, end quote, it fails to analyze these emissions impacts any further by not preparing a health risk assessment. SAFER has been urging the city to prepare an HRA, especially since the project sits directly adjacent to residential developments immediately north of the project site. Baseline prepared an HRA in its absence and found that diesel particulate matter emissions will exceed significance thresholds, not just by a little bit, but by nearly 12 times the environmental threshold set by the South Coast Air Quality District. Additional environmental review is required to determine whether this potentially significant impact is unavoidable, even with the applicants and the city's mitigation measures. And lastly, a project cannot qualify for a Class 32 exemption if the project is inconsistent with applicable housing plans or just general plans and policies. Here, we're referencing the housing element EIR, which does require an air quality study as a mitigation measure in order to quantify construction emissions. And this includes diesel particulate matter and other toxic air contaminants. As explained earlier, the air quality study, which the applicant didn't prepare until we appealed, did not quantify the DPM emissions in the AHRA, meaning that it's going to remain inconsistent with the general plan. Just really quickly, also the air quality mitigation measure included in the study isn't enforceable. It's not included in the conditions of approval. So yeah, thank you for taking the time to listen to our appeal, and we respectfully ask the City Council to consider it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Marjan. All right, I believe the applicant is on Zoom, so we'll give them 5 minutes to make their presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jeff Seymour. We are here tonight to respond to the questions that you may have of us. We really don't have any other initial statement other than to say that we believe this project will be a positive, give a positive impact to the city, will ensure additional housing, which we know all is needed in the city as well as through the region, And again, Mayor, we're here to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank
So we'll
you.
come back into chambers, Mayor.
Great, sounds good. All good? All right, wonderful. We are going to reopen, receive public comment from any persons in the audience who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the City Council for a maximum of 2 minutes. And if you haven't already, please submit your speaker slip to the City Clerk. And I see one speaker on mine, and that's Michael Pitkin. Come on up.
Michael Joseph Pitkin regarding affordable housing. This also goes with 2H, 2J, 2Q, and 3A. I am a Democrat, unhoused, unemployed, homosexual, First Nations, 3E people of this earth, theistic Satanist, HIV positive, 59-year-old male. This is your notice. City of West Hollywood and Sheriff, come into compliance with unhoused law of the land. Martin v. Boise, Grants Pass v. Johnson. If no room in WeHo shelter, it is illegal to touch, move, take, or remove unhoused and property. Illegal to ship unhoused to other cities. Unhoused are no longer charged fees and fines. 24-hour written notice must be given before WeHo can touch, move, take, or remove unhoused and property for surviving and sleeping. Law enforcement and sheriff have no desire to honor LAHSA, CES, mandated for my federal health care and affordable housing. U.S. Supreme Court is granting this case in April and a new national law in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I see Steve Martin snuck in there, so we're going to call him. We're going to call him on up, and we might have another one after this.
Sorry, I didn't mean to start a trend.
No, that's okay. I'm cold looking at you. Like you're wearing shorts. I'm freezing.
You've always been a little frigid.
Anyway. You know me so well.
I don't mean to be flip. I really hope that Michael can, maybe he can find housing here. I have been signing appeals for God knows, John knows how long. This has probably been the most frivolous appeal I have seen in years. I don't know who these people are, what their plan is, but if you're going to have construction, you're going to have some issues that may not be mitigated. They did not point out anything that showed that the construction here was going to be in any way excessive in a way that would generate particulate matter or diesel. The one time that this would have been a really legitimate, and was a legitimate issue, is when we dug up Faith Plating, and the city went out of their way to really take measures to protect people in my neighborhood from the particulate matter that was toxic. This is really difficult. You know, if there was a legitimate appeal, someone wouldn't have to worry about the fees. They could go get the 50 signatures. God knows I have signed ad nauseum these appeals, much to staff's grief. So I can say this, you know, for the things that Jeff Seymour won't say, but this is really unfair to everyone. It's unfair to staff, it's unfair to the taxpayers, and I am hoping these people are not going to make a regular habit of coming here and throwing monkey wrenches in the works. There's too many times that people have legitimate issues that need to be addressed, and unfortunately, this is not one of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Always great seeing you. Victor Olmanchenko, who's our last speaker. I really do mean that, Steve. I do love you, so.
Victor Olmanchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident. Listen, this project looks like an attempt to provide, is an attempt to provide affordable housing units for the city. The appeal, I have to say, I did not sign anything. I wasn't asked to sign anything. I only had a chance to read it. I am concerned about the whole issue of air quality and toxic quality. So this makes me bring up the whole issue of the environmental remediation that supposedly has been going on across the street from this project regarding the cleaners on the southeast corner, regarding the big 1 acre lot that the city bought years ago. It was called the Walgreens project. Now the surplus property is going to be probably designated for affordable housing at 1047 and 1057 North Crescent Heights. And there's so this confluence, hearing the appellant bring up issues about air quality and toxins and construction and that, to me, this all looks like cumulative impacts, and I just wish that we could be looking at projects cumulatively. And the other thing that I wanted to, and their impacts on the environment and on people's health, but at the same time, there is that whole issue also in the code, the whole thing about what is a micro unit, how big should a micro unit be, is with the Murphy bed falling out of the wall. I mean, what is going to be going on in this new 7 or 8 story building, which used to be my Bank of America in that kind of Palm Springs mid-century modern style, which we don't have many of, and that's going to go the way of the wind. But I really, really think that we do need to look at the cumulative impacts of these projects that are going to be happening at that very busy intersection. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. All right, that concludes public comment. Thank you so much. Does the appellant or the representative wish to make any further comments? You'd have 2 more minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, I'll just make this quick. Yeah, I mean, I hopefully, but I guess just because we don't have time and we're going to be voting on this, I wish that the public had the opportunity, to access the comment letter that we did prepare. It didn't come, out of thin air. We referenced our expert opinions. We believe that it's substantial evidence, and it's still unrebutted in our opinion. It would be remiss of me to not ignore the fact that our state and West Hollywood is impacted by the housing challenges and just development issues. But if we're going to be completely honest, 14% that's designated for affordable housing. However, affordable housing is defined in this area. It's kind of a mischaracterization, in my opinion, to call this an affordable housing project. Lastly, the air quality impacts, like I said, our experts used the same technical support team that the applicant used to prepare their air quality study. We reached out to them, we double checked, hey, are these numbers correct? And they said, we had an originally conservative estimate, but after reaching out to technical support, we're firm on our position that 12 times beyond the exposure of diesel particulate matter emissions, and it's supported by the facts. It's in the administrative record, and I, again, really urge and implore the council to take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marjan. All right, does the applicant or the representative wish to make any further comments? You'll have 2 minutes. I know we got to switch back to the Zooms.
Mayor, I think that Alex Masacci, who's the developer of the project, may want to make a comment. And I think there he is.
We see him now, Mr. Seymour. He's coming on up.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Erickson, Vice Mayor Byers, and the rest of the council. We've been working on this project a long time. It's very catalytic. It's great for that intersection and the broader city of West Hollywood. And I urge you to support it. Following the appeal, we did everything that was asked of us, and we actually are in conformance with the updated housing element, as well as the categorical exemption criteria. However, misconstrued it can be at times. And we look forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm assuming, Jeff, that Mr. Seymour, you're good?
I am very good.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds good. Just want to make sure you have your full allotted time if need be. All right. Sounds good. So that's why I was looking to my right. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Meister.
No, I just wanted to get some clarification on, because the appellant talked about appealing something before. So I'm just wondering what that was all about, and I assume it had something to do with the fact that there were numbers and then something changed and then there were new measurements. Maybe you can just sort of take us through that for a second.
Sure, I can try to address that. I think what you might be referring to is when they said that they had raised an issue during the original process and then the project was approved and they brought it up in their appeal. And so the housing element EIR, which was certified when we adopted the housing element, specified screening criteria for use of CEQA exemptions. And so we matched the project against the screening criteria and found that it did not exceed any of the screening criteria to need additional work. So basically the housing element EIR said there's no air quality impact for most projects, but some projects that might be a little bit bigger would require a little bit more work to make sure that they are not exceeding any air quality thresholds. So this one, the appellant originally stated that it hit those screening criteria and needed additional work. We disagreed, we moved forward. After the project was approved, they appealed the project and again asserted that it exceeded some of the screening criteria. So we went back and made sure, and some of the numbers that we were looking at originally were incorrect. So it looked like the excavation totals for the underground portion of the project exceeded the screening criteria. So we just had an incorrect number. It exceeded that criteria. We went ahead and required the air quality study. So the air quality study was done. We had our folks take a look at it and it looked legitimate. I mean, the housing element specifies that the city would require the applicant to prepare that study. So then we wanted to take a look and make sure that we agreed with the outcome. And it was well below the thresholds for the regional emissions as well as the local emissions without any sort of mitigation measures. There is a reference to Tier 4 construction equipment, which is like a higher emission standards level of construction equipment. And if that equipment is used, it is even further below, but that is not a mitigation measure because it's not required to reach a level below significance. So that's why the project can include that, but we're not requiring it in order to meet these thresholds. And this is sort of normal process. This is a part of tiering off of a programmatic EIR that we do a lot of work so that when we have these smaller projects, we can do less work and require less onerous requirements from housing developers.
This project did receive a mixed-use overlay bonus, which is the local bonus.
Correct.
And the appellant had made an assertion that it wasn't a housing project, but the Affordable Housing Act does say that mixed-use projects are housing projects. Is that right?
That's correct. The threshold for a housing development project is that 2/3 of the project floor area must be used for housing. Yeah. And this, I believe, Doug said was about 88% of the project is housing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so
Those are
much.
my questions.
Do any of my other colleagues have a question? I have one, but I want to. So just something that befuddled me. The third portion of the appeal says that there was a hardship to the payment or the 50 signatures. So, and I'm probably answering my own question, but did they pay the fee or did they get the signatures?
They paid the fee.
So, a hardship? Oh, I'm just wondering, like, because I was confused by that in the staff report, so I just wanted for the record to be one of their appeal claims was they couldn't pay the fee because it was a hardship, but they paid the fee, correct?
They paid the fee, correct.
Great, thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to now close the public testimony of the portion of the public hearing, and I'm going to move to my colleagues for any deliberation. And since I'm looking to my right, I might as well start with you, Councilmember Meister.
Okay, so these are my thoughts. The appeal is very narrow and just asks us to look at the air quality issues as they relate to CEQA and our housing element. And the last assertion is regarding our appeal process, specifically the requirement of a fee if the appellant cannot attain 50 signatures of West Hollywood community members. None of these three assertions are very compelling. Had the appeal been about concerns over solar access or air trespass or utilities like water or electricity, I may have found that compelling. Or the fact that Planning Commission does have discretion over the city's mixed-use overlay zone incentive, which is a local incentive. If the appeal questioned Planning Commission's discretionary approval related to the local incentive and its objective development standards, then I may have found that compelling. But for the three assertions that are before us, and we do have to focus on only those assertions, I would have to vote to deny the appeal. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Shine?
Thank you. I too, you made very good arguments. The assertions made that don't legally meet the standard for a yay vote, so I will also be voting no to the appeal.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Shine. Councilmember Heilman?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everyone who came out to speak tonight. I think I'm going to be in agreement with my colleagues. When I look at the appeal, there are three main points, and none of them have merit in my mind. The first argument is that this does not meet the standard for being categorically exempt from CEQA. I don't think that is the case. As Jennifer explained in her report, we looked very carefully, or our staff looked very carefully at the impacts of this project and found that they do not meet the threshold for triggering additional environmental review. I would also point out that I read the letter that was attached to the initial appeal, which focused exclusively on, almost exclusively on indoor air quality, which in my mind would make every residential project one that cannot qualify for categorically exempt. So that, to me, indicates that the argument here was without merit. The second argument, second appeal point was that this doesn't meet the requirements for being a residential project. And again, I think staff dealt with that very clearly. There is one floor of commercial at the lower level, and the rest of this project is all residential. It is a residential project for purposes of the Housing Accountability Act, and it certainly is a residential project for purposes of the infill exemption. And then finally, the last point, the due process argument about the hearing has nothing to do with the project itself. That is a procedural issue, and I would also say it's lacking merit. As staff pointed out, there is a procedure for people who cannot pay the fee to submit signatures. I don't think signatures were submitted because I don't think the applicant is really representing a group of West Hollywood residents and business owners. Notice tonight, no one came forward in opposition to this project, and I think that raises some question about who is actually being represented by the appellant here. And then finally, the Housing Accountability Act says that when there's a housing project, we have to err on the side of approval of the project. And to me, this isn't even a close case that triggers that admonition from the Housing Accountability Act. For all those reasons, I'm going to be voting no on the appeal and yes to approve the project.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Harmon. Vice Mayor Byers.
I think our colleagues have been very thorough, and I really appreciate the commentary. I too agree that the appeal is lacking merit. Specifically, appreciate the concerns raised by my colleagues here about what it means when we have these sort of appeals coming that aren't really backed by the community. I appreciate staff's work on this, and we'll be voting to deny the appeal in support of the project. Thanks.
Thank you so much, my colleagues. I too want to thank all the members of the public that came out and spoke. I also want to thank our city clerk and the city clerk's team, as well as the city attorney, as I believe this was the first time we utilized our new way to identify and make it clearer for the public on who is a part of the appeals process. And I think that helps with the transparency and kind of goes at what my colleagues are saying. I too find this appeal lacking merit. I find this project to be very forward thinking in what's going on in a vacant property and building housing. And for all those reasons, I too will be voting to deny the appeal. So I'm going to look for a motion that will include closing the public hearing. I already see my two friends over here, as well as I know, staff needs to read something into the record before, come on, give a guy a break. It's only my third meeting, I know, but staff needs to read something into the record before we take our vote, and I believe we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Mayor. It says, yes, staff would like to read into the record that there is a typographical error in the title of the resolution. It states 115 residential units when the correct number is actually 110. And that only appears in the title. The body of the resolution contains the accurate number of dwelling units.
Thank you so much. All right, seeing no other things, we can go ahead and vote. Thank you. And the motion on the floor is to deny the appeal.
Correct.
All right, that passes 5-0. Thank you so much, Doug and Jennifer. Nick, we are now, are my colleagues okay with keeping going? All right, that's what I like to see. We're going to move on to 4A, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood amending the West Hollywood Municipal Code, Section 1.16.010, public placing for public notices. I see staff is coming up. I know several of my colleagues had questions.
This is actually my
Oh,
item.
there you are. Sorry. I'm like looking over there seeing such movement, but I'm looking over to you. Do my colleagues want a staff report on this, or would we like to ask questions and then go to the public comment? Okay. Councilmember Heilman, are you okay with that? All right. Are there any public comments? Nope. Seeing no public comments. Councilmember Meister, back to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if we could add West Hollywood Park, either the library or ARC, as a place to post notices.
So we could add it as a courtesy posting, which is what we do at the library. We do a courtesy posting there. These are our 3 legally required posting locations, since we don't have an adjudicated newspaper, and under the law we have to do 3 sites.
So question, why did we pick the sheriff station over ARC? Can we have ARC and have sheriff station be the courtesy?
I think it was because the sheriff station is always open. And so members of the public can be in there in the lobby at any time and look at all of our postings.
Okay, so then I'll go back to my original question, that can we go ahead and post at ARC as well?
We can add a courtesy posting at the ARC.
Okay, great.
Councilmember Heilman?
That was my same issue, so.
All right. I have no comments on this item. Do any of my colleagues? Nope. All right. I have a feeling I know who's going to make the motion in the second. Great. And the motion is to move the item, as well as then adding a courtesy posting at the ARC moving forward. All right. Sounds good. That passes 5-0. Moving right along, item 5A, Sky Sanctuaries, San Vicente Streetscape Plaza. This is like a radio show, I feel, up here in a 6. I'm so sorry. San Vicente Streetscape Plaza update. Come on down. Will staff's representatives please introduce yourself and present a staff report? pickles somewhere. Oh, that's so cute. Do you need a second? You could play pickles somewhere over the rainbow again for the crowd. It was a great time. I know I'm biased, but you know.
Okay, good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Council. Rick Abramson, City Architect. I manage the Urban Design and Architecture Studio here with Jackie Rocco, our Deputy City Manager, and Garen Yalls, the city's Architectural and Urban Designer. Before you tonight is San Vicente Streetscape that appeared about 2 years ago initially before Council. A little bit of very brief background. The Council at that time directed staff to continue working with the community to develop a design to explore a transformable urban plaza with emphasis on not only city program, but city goals for public safety, accessibility, et cetera, as part of the effort. Staff did an extensive community outreach protocol, not only with general community meetings, but a number of individual meetings with stakeholders, first responders, adjacent property owners, multiple agencies, design district folks, Visit West Hollywood, very extensive discussion of the project. Council also directed staff to look at grants as a primary form of funding the project and look for potential community partnerships in order to
Rick, hold on 1 second. I don't think we meant to go watch a movie, but if that's the intent of our electronical team.
I don't think we did either, so can you give me a second to check with waveguide and see what's going on?
Yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute-ish break? I would urge the members of the public, it is dark right now, so please stay seated if you can. I don't want anyone to trip and fall, and neither does Helen or Steve or Lauren Langer, our city attorney. And so please stay seated, and we're going to take just a 5-minute break.
a second.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. So as I was saying, the direction from council also was encouraging staff to look at grants and other project funding and partnerships as a big part of this project. Included in the staff report is a preliminary cost analysis and timeline, and we are now before you tonight with a result of the community outreach process and how the project developed with an implementation strategy. Being mindful of the time, I'm going to turn it over to Garen Yawlis. We have a very brief presentation for those perhaps in the audience who aren't familiar with some of the background. And Garen, take it away, please.
Oh, thank you, Rick. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The project concept before you today is a result of an extensive community engagement process. Our team organized 3 community-wide meetings, including 1 in person and 2 virtual sessions. We also conducted direct outreach to various boards and commissions and other key stakeholders. The valuable feedback received to date during that process has been thoughtfully incorporated into this concept design that you see tonight. The project is driven by 3 core strategies established at the project's outset. The project aims to establish a safe and shared streetscape. Second, create an environmentally responsive microclimate to counter urban heat island effects. And third, to establish a flexible space for community gathering and economic vitality. The project proposes multi-layered and multi-purpose design solutions that include an eco-responsive public gathering space, promoting flexibility, innovation, and forward-thinking community-based urban design. The project addresses public safety, threats to health and wellness, and environmental challenges related to sustainability and resilience. Key design drivers and considerations that emerge from this vision encompass traffic calming and accessibility, green infrastructure, urban shading, civic programming, placemaking for people, community education, and restorative ecologies with a focus on sustainability and creative water resource management. This slide includes a few renderings of the project concept in relationship to these key drivers. Additionally, as illustrated on this slide, the many configurations of the Streetscape Plaza maximize future opportunities for rallies, public presentations, special events, art shows, farmers markets, food festivals, just to name a few. Simultaneously, as Rick mentioned, alongside the concept development, staff collaborated with the consultant to identify initial economic benefits of a project of this magnitude. These include an overall economic boost to the city, increased equity and access, potential for regional brand development and tourism, support for neighborhood walkability, and enhanced real estate and value and tax revenues. Furthermore, the project scope aligns well with various state, local, and federal grant opportunities, as outlined in detail in attachment C of the staff report. We did want to reiterate the council's previous commitment of up to $2 million as outlined in attachment E of this packet. And at this time, staff proposes maintaining that same commitment. One noteworthy grant is that we wanted to specify is through the Los Angeles County Safe Clean Water Infrastructure Grant Program, presenting a substantial opportunity for the project to address dry weather flow, stormwater treatment, and bacteria protection as stormwater goes out to the Bologna Creek wetlands. Representatives from this program actually reached out to staff directly following our second community meeting, emphasizing a real tremendous opportunity for the project to meet some of their kind of county-wide goals for stormwater. Preliminary estimates suggest a potential funding from this particular entity of approximately $5 to $8 million, contingent upon the completion of a technical feasibility study, evaluating the geotechnical and stormwater management aspects. Looking ahead, the staff recommendation outlined in this report aims for a project completion by 2030 and include continuing efforts to secure grants or public-private partnerships for the design and construction of the streetscape plaza and pursuing grant assistance for technical studies. We did outline an alternative recommendation in the staff report if the council desires to expedite the technical studies for earlier grant applications. The staff report provides a detailed alternative recommendation aiming for a project completion of late 2027, early 2028. And that concludes our presentation. We're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Garen. Do any of my colleagues have any questions at this time for staff?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So one of the questions I have is, in terms of the public outreach, you described 2 Zoom meetings and 1 in-person meeting. How many people would you say attended those meetings?
Yeah, so the first meeting was with the West Hollywood Kids Fair, so we had a booth there and we estimate around 50 to 75 people who stopped by the booths to provide feedback. The 2 other Zoom meetings, we're estimating around 50 to 60 attendees.
Okay, thank you. My second question has to do with Metro Rail. We have been advocating for a San Vicente extension of Metro Rail, and I didn't see any reference to that in the staff report about how this would work with potential Metro Rail construction in and around the area.
Yes, thank you. So we have been in contact with Metro a couple of times throughout the duration of the concept development. What we know to date is that the Metro line alignment will actually be around underneath West Hollywood Park, so it would circumvent the street due to some other infrastructure that's underneath the street, but we would continue to be in contact with Metro to ensure that there are no conflicts for a project like this with the alignment.
Well, I have to say I don't think Metro knows for certain what that alignment would look like and where the construction would go and where the construction vehicles would go. So that raises a great deal of concern for me. My third question is maybe a bigger question. When I look at the agenda item that originally directed this to be a flexible meeting space, how did that morph into something that involves permanent structures and movable structures? This seems to be dramatically different than what the original agenda item asked for. And sort of the follow-up, under what authority did you grow this item to be this big?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. The direction was to go back to the community and develop the design. I think over the course of those conversations and, adjacent property owners and other stakeholders, there was an encouragement to make sure that it was a viable event space and programmable space. And then in speaking through some of the funding agencies, it was clear that there were a number of missions, I think, that these agencies were willing to support. In particular, we learned that there's a major storm drain, 10-foot diameter pipe under San Vicente that has not been serviced because the access, for whatever reason, up at Sunset isn't great. And so there was tremendous interest in, through this project, creating portal or connection underground. There was funding that could support that. So there was interest on that end. I think there was also interest from some of the greening types of funding, where we realize that cities are completely built out now, and how we're going to continue to combat climate change, in particular through greening. there was a lot of interest in this as a demonstration, is how they described it, that they thought this could really show how highly urbanized areas could be thinking about the future. And so there was interest, again, because of their mission, and West Hollywood being a good example of being, quote, how do I say, not greened as to the extent it should be per capita. So I think that also influenced some of the design as well. So I agree with you, it is much more ambitious than a simple shade structure. But I think because of the funding and the encouragement on that end, it sort of matched well with some of the community input and desires.
Well, I don't think that's a satisfactory answer for me. It is an answer. When council gives an item in approval, and some of my colleagues may be thrilled with this. I wasn't on the council when the direction was given, but when I look at the direction, this seems to be dramatically different than what that direction was. And if the course is going to be changed, it should be changed based on council direction and not based on what external funders would find desirable. The structure here seems completely unrelated to doing storm drain work. So I don't understand that justification. I want to go back to another item in the staff report about the number of times the street is closed over the year. And that seemed to be part of the justification for doing this more dramatic change to the streetscape. And I think the staff report listed like 25 days or something along. I know it's closed for CSW for that weekend. I know it's closed for Halloween.
You mean WeHo Pride.
WeHo Pride, thank you. And then there's usually a temporary closure the day of the AIDS walk, a temporary closure the day of the Elton John AIDS party, but what are all of these other closures that are referenced?
Yeah, I believe there's the Elizabeth Taylor Foundation and some other awards-related events. I think this is a number that Event Services provided to us, and they say it ranges between 20 to 30 per year, depending on the calendar.
But those are not all total closures of the street. Some of them are, but many of them are restricted access, or one lane is closed or one half is closed. So I thought that was a misuse of the number of closures. Those are my questions for now. I do have some comments once we get into comments.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Heilman. Do any of my other colleagues have questions? No? There are no public commenters? Wonderful. Well, seeing that, we can go into comments. Councilmember Heilman, do you want to continue? I don't want to get you out.
Sorry. I will say this is, it's a beautiful rendition. It's very futuristic. There's a lot about it that is admirable. But I'm also mindful of something different, but that we did on Sunset, which was a streetscape improvement. And those of you who don't remember, it's gone because it was so ridiculous. And I feel like some aspect of that is replicated here, that this is somebody who is an academic who looked at this and said, wouldn't this be wonderful if we did all of this? And, let's build a sky structure or a sky sanctuary over the boulevard. But there are a number of people in the public who think this is a very expensive project that isn't necessarily desirable. In terms of having a public gathering place, we have one. It's the park. I know we want to, and I agree, we want to make sure that this space is programmable, so that when we do have big events, they can spill out into the street, and when we have street closures, it's a desirable space. But this, I think, goes far beyond what the direction was, And I don't think we should be doing it based on what funders are willing to provide, or at least say they're willing to provide. We should be doing what we think is right for the community. And I'm also very concerned about this interfering with metro construction. We've been fighting to bring metro to West Hollywood for many years. Having this here and then having metro do construction doesn't make any sense to me. So if the council is going to go forward with this, I don't see we can go forward with it and then have metro come onto the street and do construction, which will likely result in much of this being damaged or harmed. So those are my concerns.
Thank you so much.
Can I just add? So I think part of the reason in bringing this item forward at this stage was to get input from the council if you do want to move forward and seek the grant funding, I mean, before we get too far down that road. So I think that's good input, and I think it's important to hear from the entire council if you are interested in continuing down this road or with something smaller.
I guess the point of my comment, David, was this is already pretty far down the road. With all of these extensive renderings, I think that there should have been a check-in with the council much sooner. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine or Meister, would you like to go?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I actually think that this is a positive project for the city. I feel like it's meeting a lot of goals that we keep talking about, and we, talk the walk the talk, whatever. Public safety and climate and resilience and reducing extreme heat, which is not getting any better, and increasing our biodiversity in the city, as well as mobility. I think that this project is something that, would put us on the map as a creative city. I think we've sort of lost that a bit, and I think that, a lot of the comments that, we got from residents was, why are you spending so much money on this? But, they kept saying it's a X number of X dollar number for this project when it's not coming out of our, it's not coming out of our general fund except for the up to $2 million, which the council had committed to. So I think that, if the grants don't come through, that's a different story. But I think that it's a unique project that meets a number of the city's goals, and with outside funding that would not, a lot of people brought up housing, that funding would never go towards housing. That funding is very specific, coming from very specific agencies that are interested, again, in, climate and public safety and sustainability and resilience, et cetera. I was reading Urbanize LA, where, these two comments, I think, sort of represented a lot of the other comments on the blog, which said, something like this would be an instant landmark, and if West Hollywood doesn't want it, please bring it downtown. Or our own unique take on the High Line. If they can really get it done at this price, this should be the kind of large-scale project LA should be imagining for the Olympics. I understand this looks, it looks very ambitious, it really does, but, we are the creative city, and if we don't think about these types of projects, we're just going to, be here approving, projects that that are very mediocre. I will say about Metro, I understand fully Councilmember Howman's concerns about the Metro line, but number one, they still haven't come up with an alignment. For all we know, the Metro could be going down La Brea, or it could be going down, La Cienega. Either way, whether it's La Cienega or San Vicente, it's still 2 blocks from my house at either direction. I'm sure I'm going to feel the impacts of that as well. But are we supposed to stop our lives until Metro gets back to us about this? And quite frankly, I think Metro's going to take a lot longer than we thought. And I'm just not willing to stop everything to wait for Metro. And maybe if we do decide to go ahead with this, maybe we say to Metro, maybe La Cienega is a better place because it's going under on a commercial corridor as opposed to a corridor that has our park. So those are basically my feelings. I'm willing to say, let's move ahead and see what comes of the grants, and I'm sure there will be modifications to this, but I just think this is beautiful, and that's what I have to say. Thank you.
So much, Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. So I can fully understand Councilmember Heilman's point about this wasn't exactly the what we approved. With that being said, what we did approve that evening was a vision that would really continue what we've done in the past few years, is to really bring us into the 21st century in many ways. When I saw this rendering, I thought, whoa, when I saw the price, I thought, no. It's beautiful, it's stunning, very creative. I was really happy to see that it would be based on grants. I'm in support of this for the many reasons that Councilmember Meister stated: mobility, access. We all, well, not all of us, but 3 of us that were here approved this item. It is definitely much grander, but in a good way, than what we imagined. It's really beautiful. I do absolutely believe we need to work with Metro, because that is a really important partnership that we have cultivated and developed over the years. And so I would be supportive of this rendering with 2 caveats. One is that the grants are used and we don't spend more than $2 million. The other is that we work directly with Metro. I see there's a first mile, last mile grant funding opportunity. So let's work alongside Metro. I don't think we need to think that it has to be one or the other. This isn't even supposed to be done until 2030. When is Metro's timeline right now? Who's the Metro representative? A little bit longer? Okay. Well, at least we should know an alignment that would come into play, and some more information, so perhaps we don't speed through this. I'm assuming the grants are going to take timing to develop and figure out, but I think this is a positive move in the right direction. But I do agree that I can understand Councilmember Heilman's point that it would have been good for us to get something back to us, a report, maybe midway during this process.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Shine. Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. I wasn't on council when the initial staff report was directed, but in that, sort of felt where this went and was really glad to know that this actually was a result of bigger partnerships. I think, when we're looking at how we're going to use the, as you mentioned, very limited public space we have left in this city, to think about how we can do so in a way that accomplishes, regional goals and at this level that will put West Hollywood on the map in a new way as a creative city, I think is the best opportunity met. So I really applaud you and the visionary work that you did to get us maybe further than the council at the time thought or could dream possible. And that's no remark to the council then, but just exactly what can happen when we're sort of looking to regional partnerships and collaboration as opportunity for how we do work at the local level. This is astounding in the fact that it can achieve so many climate goals, resilience goals, tap that storm drain in San Vicente that sounds like it's much needed as we have the floods raging through our streets now. That's really tremendous. I have had the opportunity to travel to other cities over the last year and look at some of their projects, and some of the most premier projects that cities are focusing on are these exact sort of public space, park, resilience projects that takes the most of land and does something transformational that we can also, experience as people too. So it's really astounding. I'm excited that the $2 million budget can be met. And I just want to sort of zero in on some of your recommendations because it looked like there were maybe two approaches here and one a little bit more aggressive.
Can you go back, sorry to interrupt,
ahead.
Vice Mayor Byers, could you go back to that slide just for everyone's better clarity? Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry for
no,
interrupting.
it's okay, thank you. And so we can really be specific about what we're trying to do up here, I'm in favor of the alternative recommendation, especially if we can do this in accordance with the Metro calendar. I mean, look, folks, early 2028, that's Olympic timeline. We have the world coming to our city in that year in a big way. And I think if we can meet that timeline, then we should try for it. And I know that's a substantial increased investment that we have to make to do so, but I think that's a sort of calculated risk-taking and investment that we have to make that if this can come forward and this return on investment comes back to us, then we're going to be celebrating that decision in the long run. So I think it's worth the risk for us to make that investment now, to get staff moving on some of this work, and to, that LA County Safe Clean Water Infrastructure Grant Program, let's get it. That's what I say. That's all for me.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Byers. Thank you so much, Garen and Rick and Jackie. I'm kind of a little bit perplexed. I remember when this item came before us and it was kind of closing down the streets with bollards and some spaces and maybe putting trees up and down San Vicente to increase that urban tree canopy. I was all in favor of that. And then life happens. Last week's a blur, so when this July 2022, whenever this was back, definitely I had to go back and rewatch that meeting and look at what was before us, and it has evolved very drastically. So I do agree with Councilmember Hyam in that this should have come to us as a check-in, and I think this is a good reminder that there are a lot of things at $2 million that we're looking at that would help fund this project that I think the city is still sitting on. And I think we're going to talk about that in the next item with 2H and whatever that number is, 2H and 5B. But my concerns are how much staff time did we spend from UDAS on this when we have many development projects, many housing projects, and a lot of other items that bring in a lot of revenue to the city that we hear about regularly from people saying we can't get an email, we can't get a response, there's corrections, it takes months. We heard the same thing regarding cannabis built up organizations that are waiting a long time. And so I understand the dream big scenario because this is something that I think a lot of us would agree would set us on the map, this type of Highline-esque area. I mean, one truck down San Vicente, I think we're going to say goodbye to this based on the height mechanisms. So I'm worried about street patterns and traffic patterns, and I'm wondering, are we changing the entire nature of San Vicente? I'm open to having that conversation, but in 15 years when this is happening, I think. I won't be here. 15 years is a long way away. I mean, God knows. I mean, if God calls me home at that time, right? But, I think ultimately what I'm looking at with this project is yes but the and is we have to get our ducks in a row for a lot of capital projects that are waiting a long time for us to move forward that can then fund this. That $2 million won't be $2 million in a couple of years, so I'm happy to look at alternative recommendation 2, but I think there also needs to be a very strategic pause to getting us to where we're moving forward with this. I understand grant applications have deadlines and you're submitting to them and those costs are going to go into effect. But I don't want this taking priority because it's a big dream over us getting billboard applications up here, housing developments up here, other mixed use, they're all waiting in this pipeline that we hear about every single day, and they can help fund this. And that's great. But until that time, I think we need to say it's beautiful, and no one's denying that. But I think there is I think there needs to be a moment where we then say, okay, we want to look at this and move forward. I don't know where I'm at yet with that. It sounds like there might be some conversation, but I am concerned about the backlog of stuff that is going on in UDOS. That is, I think, being held up by a lot of beautiful dream projects, but I think we need to continue to do the work of the city. So that's where I'm at, and it sounds like there might be some conversation around a motion. I'm sorry, Councilmember Heilman, I saw you right there.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to respond to a few comments and reiterate a few things that you said. In terms of this promoting mobility, I think we have to look very carefully, as you said, about high-profile vehicles, particularly public safety vehicles and fire trucks. This is a route for a lot of those, and I don't want to in any way slow them down as they're trying to get to Cedars in particular. Secondly, I just want to second what the mayor said. We're going to consider 5B. And I just want to point out, we promised the community a parking lot, a surface parking lot at Crescent Heights and Santa Monica. That project is still languishing. 8 years later, we can't get that done. And that's a fairly easy project, and yet we're, talking about this. And then finally, in terms of us doing things that are modern and 20th century, I just want us to remind us all, we just opened the Arc. It's a beautiful state-of-the-art project. It's not that I'm afraid of doing those things. I'm in favor of us doing those things. I'm just not sure that this is the direction that the council gave, and it seems like staff is driving the conversation rather than the council.
Yes, thank you. So just because Councilmember Hahn brought it up, the problem with the parking lot at Crescent Heights, doesn't that have to do with the mediation issues? I don't think that's a design issue. I think the design was done years ago. Is that right?
Yeah,
Jackie?
good evening. Yes, that is correct. I mean, there were a number of factors, and we have Helen and Steve here that may be able to add. But remember that there was environmental mitigation that had to take place, and we had to work with the state to meet those environmental requirements. So that did delay the project. It wasn't so much, the design itself, but the project is in plan check right now, and will be, moving forward pretty quickly now.
And we can talk about that in the next item.
In the next item.
But I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. And then Rick, in terms of staff time for this project, how much time do you think your department's going to have to deal with this versus whatever consultants you were planning to bring forward on this?
Depending on the recommendation, the first couple years are really going to be grant and funding aspects. So a lot of that is just working with consultants on grant writing. It's not a tremendous amount of staff time, and really would be part of some of the other work we do on a daily basis anyway. Where the greater part of the work comes is as the design has to be brought back to council and moving forward with construction drawings. There's a little bit more time.
All right. I would like to make a motion, if I may.
Yes, please.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to go with the alternative recommendation to direct staff to retain a technical consultant, estimated cost of $130,000, and increase the budget for the current design and consulting team, estimated cost $95,000, in order to complete the required technical study within 6 months, in order to apply for the July 2024 grant application deadline for the Los Angeles County Safe Clean Water Infrastructure Grant Program. I'd also like to direct staff with that motion to work directly with Metro to ensure that we don't have any issues, any conflicts, or issues that are going to come up later, that everyone thinks about those things in advance. And I would love to find out what's wrong with that storm drain that they just put together. They just worked on that like 15 years ago, LA County storm drain. So anyway, that's not part of my motion, but you've got my motion.
So if that is the motion, then you also should add the $225,000 to fund that, because
Yeah,
Those
well, I
funds aren't
did.
aren't available.
It's in the
I
staff.
said those amounts.
Yeah, but that's, as
Okay,
you're
so-
also allocating the 225,000.
Allocating 225,000 from
General fund reserves.
general fund reserves. Thank you.
Wonderful. There
And I'll
is a
second.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Shine. There is a first and a second. And please, if there's no further session, go ahead and vote. All right, the motion passes 3-2. It is 8:06. We are going to move on to 5B and 2H, and we are going to take a 10-minute break before we, or are we okay with taking a break, or do my colleagues want to keep going? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, fine. We're gonna chase Councilmember Heilman back, and then we'll get started. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes. meeting again. So if we can ask everyone to please take your seats. And we're going to do items 2H and 5B together. Is that okay? Okay, great. I mean, you agreed to it. So all right. Wonderful. I see we have all of our amazing staff up there. So we're going to do 2H and 5B together. So update on capital projects implementation, and then 2H's very long title, and you can go from there. So let's have a staff report, and we'll start from that.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's Brian League with Property Development. Staff is going to provide a brief update on, we're going to provide our quarterly update on major capital improvement projects. Now you've combined it with the other item, but I thought we would be up here just to take questions, and we have no formal presentation. I know that the council has a number of questions they've already asked about the parking lot, so I defer to you, Mayor, on how you want to start teeing up the questions.
Yeah, sounds good. So we're going to go over to questions from my colleagues on 2H and 5B.
Okay, so I'll just start with 5B. I wanted to ask about 8305 Santa Monica Boulevard. In the staff report, you talk about that there are 2 suites, and 1 suite will be for the CARES team, and there was no plan for the other suite, and I just wondered if it was, I don't think we have a spot for block by block in Center City. I mean, I know we have one on the west side, we have one on the east side, but not in Center City, and I thought maybe that would be a good use of the space, is to give that, let block by block be there while, while it's open.
I could say that's something we'd look into, and you're correct, there's only 1 space that's spoken for right now.
Okay, and I'll hold my questions on 2H because I'm actually, I feel like it's a different.
No worries. We'll do 5B real
yeah.
quick, and then we can go to 2H.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. On 5B, do any of my other colleagues have any other comments? Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, and thank you. Thank you for the update. When I did the original item asking for these kind of updates, I thought it was important for us to at least see the progress, and so we could share any comments and to make sure these projects are staying on track. The one, you already heard my comments about the parking, temporary parking lot at Crescent Heights and Santa Monica, and I don't think all of the delay was related to remediation, I'll just say that. But in terms of the long-term use of that, have we begun a process for that, and what is that process going to look like?
Button, okay.
Brian keeps turning it on.
Councilman Heilman, we began a process. We brought on board an architect to begin to look at some concepts for the site. We studied those, and we're just putting them on hold right now. We have so many other priorities on that list, on other projects that are ready to be implemented, and so we're putting a hold on an ultimate use to that surface parking lot at 8120 until we have a better idea on the staging of some of these other projects.
Okay,
Yeah, I would just add, Councilmember, that so the order that they're listed here is the priority order. So
right.
These earlier projects are things that we can get done right away before we turn our focus to some of those longer term projects.
I just, based on your comments and that you've hired somebody to look at preliminary things, I want to caution you, based on my comments regarding the last item, this should be driven by the council and the community, not by staff. And then the other thing I want to raise, and this is part of, I think, our responsibility as the council, there's the space out here that was to be a sort of a refreshment area, and then there's the space underneath the stairway that we haven't figured out what to do with. I think that should be something that the council prioritizes. Those spaces were supposed to be places where people using the park could get food, could get a snack, and I think it's a shame for them to be left vacant in the way they are. So maybe at some point the council can create a subcommittee to work with staff to identify various options for those locations. So that needs to come back to us at a later date, but I hope that's something that my colleagues would consider. But otherwise, thank you for the update and thank you for all your work on these many projects. I appreciate it. And I have some comments on 2H, but I'll wait for those.
Councilmember Shine, do you have any comments on 5B? Thank you. All right. In regards to 5B, thank you so much for the work you are doing. But my one question comes down to, where is it? Helen, because I get asked this question every day, when are you looking at the parking lot, temporary parking lot? And just for the record, that was the second item I heard as a planning commissioner by then, I think, Mayor Pro Tem John Heilman. I was his planning commissioner, and I heard that as a planning commissioner. So I'm glad to see that it's moving along. But when are you expected to have it open and ready to go?
We're looking at probably the end of May. We're targeting the end of May. Right now, we actually met today with the architect. They're going in for the second round of plan check. We think that we've solved all the questions in regards to plan checks, so we're hoping to go out to bid with that probably in the next, once they get it into plan check, which they're thinking they'll do by the end of the week, then we can go out to bid while it's in plan check for the second round, because we feel all the issues have been resolved. So I would say end of May, but hopefully this rain doesn't continue. If we have a wet season, it may be difficult, but if the weather cooperates, we would hope to be done by the end of May.
Wonderful. And then my next question is for City Manager Wilson. If this council chose to, could we approve any type of bonus fee or bonus for whoever gets the bid getting it done by May? I specifically am thinking about the businesses there in Center City that would really and have been looking forward to this parking for longer than I've been on this chair. I'm thinking about Pride, I'm thinking about Halloween. Is it possible to do that from a city standpoint?
We'll look at it, but as you can see, it's number one on the list.
I understand, but when things are number one, it might not be so true.
We certainly, I think it's more the process that takes longer than the construction, because we are talking about a surface parking lot, but we can certainly look at any potential bonuses when we come back with the bid for council.
Great, thank you so much. Just because I sit on this subcommittee and this list, while easy for our eyes, Rick, I know you've been helping a lot with the stories, the AIDS monument. Could you just give a quick update that doesn't include this graph? Because I want the public to be aware of where that's going, because I hear it has some fresh life.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Staff is looking at coming back to the subcommittee end of March, early April, hopefully with some good news, some preliminary indications that we're going in a really good direction. And so we'll be coming back to the subcommittee in advance of bringing the final design and budget to the City Council for approval shortly thereafter.
Thank you so much, Rick. I know you've been working on that one. All right, I have no more comments on 5B. We can switch to 2H.
Mayor, before we leave this, I'm fine with this being on consent in the future, and then we can pull it if we have comments. But I think just as long as we're getting a regular update, I'm comfortable with that, if my colleagues are comfortable with that.
I'm going to do questions on 2H, and then we have 3 public commenters, but I was going to do that after our questions on 2H. But if my colleagues want to go to public comment, we can and do it all at once. I'm indifferent.
Okay, because I guess staff has to come, who did 2H?
Yeah, staff is going to come on down for 2H for questions. They're getting a legwork.
I didn't think
up.
Helen was going to be able to answer
No,
those
well,
questions.
Helen answers a lot of questions, but we're very thankful to Helen.
I don't think she wants to answer these questions.
All right, Councilmember Meister, go for it.
So I'm looking at the grid that you included in the staff report, and I guess, well, okay, my first question is, on the French Market, my understanding is that now the entitlements are expired, right? So now that project is dead, and there is a lease for something there? Do we know anything about, I mean, because I just don't want to see this be vacant any longer.
Right, I agree. And the owner of the property has told us that they are working on getting a tenant in that building, and that would include rehabilitation of the building. So we're hopeful that will come in soon. They've been in talks with us for the last few months about that.
So is there a tenant, or we don't know?
They haven't applied for that yet, so I don't know. But what I'm told is that yes, there will be a tenant in there.
Okay, and since the entitlements are expired, I don't know if you remember, but a whole bunch of trees were cut down from the parking lot for that development. What are we doing about that? Will those trees be replaced, or at least some of them?
We can look into that. At the time that they were cut down, they were part of a development that didn't require the replacement of those. So we can look into whether we can include or ask the developer to include additional trees in that development.
Okay, right, because it's a little annoying that all those trees, I think there were like 12 of them that were taken down, and really now for no reason. On 8920 Sunset Boulevard, there is building permits issued, permits withdrawn by developer. So what does that mean? And do they have to start over?
So they're in the process of requesting additional time. They haven't quite expired yet. And so that's something that's going to be before the Planning Commission very soon, and then before the council as well.
Okay, and then just a request that I had for, when we do these updates in the future, is that we have a lot of developments here that are not within our zoning, right? I mean, our current zoning code. And I don't even mean like, we're talking about 9-story, and 11-story, and 25-story, and 34-story. I would like to know what those projects would look like in terms of their zoning, what they would be if they weren't looking for bonuses. I know you can't calculate housing bonuses until you know what the density is, or the number of dwelling units. But it would be helpful for me to have that information. Because I'm wondering, all of these, well, okay, I don't want to talk because we have public comment. I'll say it after. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Meister. Item 2H, do any of my other colleagues have questions on this?
I do have a question, and I appreciate the information you shared about what the developer's plans are when the project permits seem to have expired or they're getting close to it. The intention of this item when I asked staff to bring these forward was so that we would get some intelligence rather than just the permits have expired. Well, then what else? What next? What are we doing to, or what is the developer or the property owner planning for these projects? So if that kind of information that's publicly available could be shared, that would be really, I think, helpful and useful so we know, are they trying to get new financing to bring this forward, or have they scrapped the plans and are they going to come back with something new? We don't always know, but if we have that information, I think it would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do you have any questions on 2H? Nope. Vice Mayor Byers? Nope. Thank you so much for preparing this list. On item 3, Robertson Lane, 645, 681, I know I've spoken to you about this, but what is stopping the city from tearing down those buildings and putting a surface parking lot? It's not applicable to our housing aspect where we wouldn't tear something down until the building permit is issued to keep the housing. This is a commercial-only space. What's stopping us?
So in the demolition permit section of our zoning ordinance, it says that we issue a demolition permit at the same time as a building permit for the replacement. There is a provision for early demolition that includes, that has certain requirements. Those requirements are that they have to have an application in for a building permit. They're in plan check. They have to show us executed contracts with the architect, engineer, and contractor. They have to show us proof of construction financing has been committed. And they have to submit their performance bond and any other conditions of approval that have to be satisfied prior to issuance of demolition permit. So once they show all of those things, we can sign off on what we call an early demolition permit, which happens before the building permit is issued.
Is there anything stopping the council, for example, if they met 2 out of the 3, 1 out of the 3 from making an amendment to that process, or do they have to be in compliance with all 3 for us to do it?
Are you talking about changing the?
It's a site-specific plan, right? Robertson Lane site-specific, and I see Nick's going. You're doing great, but
maybe I'll jump in. Maybe I'll jump in, Mayor. So there is a provision that allows for, I believe, an alternative process where a proposed interim use satisfies a public need, and the code says that that can be as determined by the Planning Commission at a public hearing. So that is something we're discussing as a potential option for that site should they wish to pursue that early demolition. I guess what I'm saying is there is a process that would allow for that.
That's very clear, and I think we would agree that there's a need for parking, right, on Robertson Boulevard?
I think that we would bring that forward to the decision makers.
Yes,
let them
obviously. Thank you so much. Exactly. In regards to a comment Councilmember Heilman made regarding the underbelly of the staircase in that area, I know we have dealt with the not coffee shop area right here. I miss it, for the record. I needed that jolt. Are we envisioning or looking at anything in that space right now? I didn't hear an answer, but it would be great to know. I mean, we own that space. It could be great for a LGBTQ-owned business, a women-owned business, a minority-owned business. We could be the exact type of landlords we pitch for people. Is there any envisioning or idea for that at the moment?
I think in community development, we would defer to our colleagues in property development or facilities.
So we have looked at some different lease options for that space because it's the way it was built and configured. It doesn't have a restroom, like you can't have a real kitchen in there. So there are some challenges with it, but I think Councilmember Howman's idea was a good one of having a subcommittee look at all of these lease spaces, both that one, the space here, that block by block is in, as well as the space across the street from City Hall.
Is there anything stopping the rec department from using it for yoga, seniors in action, or anything like that?
Yeah, that's one of the things that we've considered and talked about.
Great. I think that concludes all of my questions, and I don't see any more from my colleagues, so we're going to go to public comment on items 2H and 5B. I see the first person on my list as Victor Olmanchenko, but I do know that we had a couple of others, and I think he is followed by Nick Roybal, if I'm not mistaken. So Victor and then Nick.
Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood. Thank you so much, Councilmember Heilman, for requesting this kind of an update. I think it is very, very valuable, and the questions that you've been asking are very good, too. What I'd like to talk about is very quickly the item about the infrastructure improvements. Within 5B, there is mention made of the renovations that are going to be conducted at the log cabin, and it's going to continue being a recovery center. And then there's also mention made of the work that's going to be at our Hart Park, our historic Hart Park. So I would just like to say, as a member of the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance, that it would really have been wonderful to have seen the Historic Preservation Commission mentioned within those two sections on those two very important properties. And I know we were talking about the AIDS Memorial. There is an AIDS Memorial there, and I commented 2 weeks ago, we really need to clean up the AIDS Memorial, the first one in this fine city from years ago. And then regarding the foundation for the AIDS Memorial, it would be interesting to know how much money has been raised over the years. And also, when I see a term in the report like you're going to look at value engineering because you didn't get many consultants applying for it, I get very nervous about the term value engineering. Sounds very más barato. Now, the other thing is, my thing just went through, and jumping to number 2H, thank you. We're waiting for the Melrose Triangle to be built. When is it going to be built? We no longer will be eating pancakes at the IHOP, but this is the pancake building scheduled for 1934 by the same company, the Gabay family-owned Charles Company. Unfortunately, the developer is in federal prison. What is going on with these projects? And they also have historic implications, and I'll be able to share with you in the future, because there are some historic properties there that could be in danger on Herritt Street. Herritt Street. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Victor. And just for our city clerk's purposes, I think it's only fair, since we're taking 2 items, that if people go over just a little bit, we'll keep going. You did great, Victor. You did great. No. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, but if you sing at public comment, we'll think about it. You know, I'm joking. Thank you, Victor, very much for your comment. Nick Roybal, to be followed by Rick Watts.
1 second, please. Let me just get that. That was wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Hi, Mayor Erickson, Vice Mayor Byers, and Council. A couple things. In listening, Councilmember Heilman, to the tension about where we are at with our capital projects, imagine how the public feels. So I appreciate, Mayor Erickson, how you asked staff to give an update about the AIDS monument, because it's the first item I would like to speak about. I ask of you and staff to put out on social media, to put out on all of our channels where we are at with the AIDS monument. Because I hear from our stakeholders, from our interest groups, they're frustrated. There is tension in the community. Where is the AIDS monument? What is going on with that? And I hear it over and over again. So if we can use our social media channels, if we can use whatever tool the city has in their toolbox, I think it would be beneficial for all of us in community. Second, the punting of the playhouse. In the staff report, the following phrases were used. We need to refine the design. We need to find cost savings. We need to strike a balance. We need to have the realities of today. So if we're applying those phrases by staff to the playhouse and punting that project, we need to apply those same ideas to 2M. About the Plummer Park Comprehensive Plan, it's very important, and I just want to shout out Stephanie Harker, Kathy Blavis for all their work on Plummer Park, and we must remember the trees at Plummer Park. We must remember the trees. The trees were not in that, but trees are everything, and trees have a language that if we listen to them, we wouldn't be doing 2M. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. And our last speaker, Rick Watts.
Thank you, Council. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. 3 things. Number 1, regarding the lot at Santa Monica Boulevard and Crescent Heights, I'm glad to hear that at least some temporary use is pending to finally be made on that property. Ultimately, I'd like to see affordable housing go in there. But also, one other thing that I would like to see considered, because you're only going to get one shot at this, given where that is located at a quasi-major intersection, Crescent Heights and Santa Monica Boulevard, to consider carving off a piece of that when the ultimate plans for the property are done, to use for widening that the south side of Crescent Heights for turn lanes and maybe a merge lane to southbound, and maybe eventually on that other corner, on the southeast corner, because you're only going to get one shot at really making corrections to that intersection. Second thing, 1280 Sweetser is another property that has had plans that expired and expired again, and we're still waiting for that to happen. Thankfully, Director of Public Safety Rivas and the now court-appointed receiver are making some progress on mitigating the hazards of that property that have been longstanding and causing a lot of problems for the neighbors over there. But I think that that's another one that I would like to see updates on, and perhaps council can weigh in with the receiver on pushing forward on progress on that. And then lastly, I hope that you would all reconsider, those of you who voted against Councilmember Meister's advocacy on a vacancy tax, that you would reconsider this for the future. And as to the AIDS monument, again, this being now 40 years for me as someone with HIV, 2 of which were full-blown AIDS, I would like to see that finally go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rick. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to my colleagues to start some comments, and I'm going to look over to my left. Councilmember Heilman, do you have any comments, additional direction?
No additional comments for me. Thank you.
I'm just going to keep going left to right. Vice Mayor Byers.
No, I just appreciate the vision to bring this sort of tool for us to keep, checking in on these projects. Thank you for the work on this. That's all.
Councilmember Shine, do you have any further comments or direction on these 2 items? Nope. Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. One, Victor brought up the AIDS Memorial at Hart Park, and I know we're going to be doing upgrades to Hart Park, so let's make sure that we include that as well. And Helen is giving me the thumbs up, so I guess that's already in the works. As far as what Rick Watts brought up at the intersection at Santa Monica and Crescent Heights, I think that's a very valuable request because I've had other requests asking about left turn lanes at that intersection that would make it safer. It really gets, the traffic there is really, really bad when there's somebody waiting to make a left turn. Everyone's just totally freaked out there. I do want to bring up one of the 9034 Sunset Boulevard project. It's not only about that project, but as someone mentioned, Herat, that's the backside of that project, if I'm right. And now that property has been sitting vacant for years and years and years. It's now falling apart. It was historic, I believe, or is historic. And at some point we have got to put down. Look at all of these projects. I mean, there are 14 projects, and most of them are going nowhere fast. And it's making our city just look bad. I mean, that was one of the reasons that I brought forward the commercial vacancy tax, and Councilmember Shine was a co-sponsor on that, because we can't have all these vacant spaces and these properties, not allowing them to demolish or to vacate those properties is just really bad for our commercial corridors. It's bad for their commercial neighbors. It's bad for the residents. It's a public safety issue. It's blight. And it just, to be quite honest, I have had so many comments, and I think Councilmember Heilman has brought this up as well, that, residents feel like our city, what is happening to our city? And when you look at all of these very, very big, ambitious projects, you have to wonder if maybe they weren't so ambitious in terms of being 36 stories high, maybe they would get them done faster. Maybe they would be able to go through the process faster. Maybe they wouldn't have opposition from residents. So I just wish developers would look at that and at least think about putting our city first, really. I also, want to say, look at the Melrose Triangle. So they vacated the property. Then they didn't take care of the property. Then the property had transients going in. So then it became a public safety issue. So then they were allowed to demolish it. Then it sat empty, an empty lot for years. Then they said, okay, we're going to dig a hole. And now we have a 3-story hole in the ground and no activity whatsoever for years. It's just not acceptable. And I think, I know we've worked on this with vacant properties, with Danny's team, but we have to come up with some planning, codes that just disincentivize this type of non-activity. So that's, just looking at this, and I agree with Councilmember Heilman that, knowing what the zoning is so that we know exactly what the property, could be on in a world where people weren't looking for, 36 stories. And also, really, what is the intel? Because from this, honestly, I don't really know, I don't know that the Melrose Triangle is going to do anything. I don't. And that, I think, is just not a good thing for this city. Thank you.
Are you good, Vice Mayor? Okay. Thank you so much to our public commenters and to our, Nick, go ahead.
If I could, just a quick point of clarification. Councilmember Meister, earlier you were referencing us adding additional information for future updates about the zoning. We did submit a memo on the council item that has an updated chart with the zoning information.
I didn't get the memo, sorry.
So we do have that, but if there's anything further that you're looking to be in that column, we can obviously supplement that. It is difficult to add every permutation of bonuses beyond the cities, but we did attempt to.
Well, I think what it does is it puts it in context. It gives you the perspective. Okay, they're in a 3C and they want 80 feet. It puts it all in perspective. So thank you. I appreciate it. I will look at it tomorrow.
It's very riveting. You'll have a great time. Thank you so much, staff, and to the members of the public that spoke. I agree with what's being said by my colleagues. Happy to have this come back on consent and we can pull it. I think this additional information was really good. And I think, Councilmember Meister, to your point, nothing's happening at the Melrose Triangle, and it won't. They have to do that work they had to pour a lot of concrete and they needed to start doing it a while ago by the March 19th entitlement deadline, and it's not going to happen. And I think that's unfortunate, and I know that project has been through many iterations and some more, and then some more after that. So, how we continue to hold that person once he gets out of federal prison, to what one of the public commenters said, accountable, is I think something that I'm interested in as well. That's also why I asked the question around progress, right? Robertson Lane, I understand there was a financing issue with a death in the family, and I understand that that's a serious thing, and I'm not getting involved in that family drama, but they did make a promise to the city, but how can we then ensure a little bit of progress, right? And I think there is a need for parking on Robertson Boulevard, right across from the most popular gay bar, LGBT bar in North America, right? And the highest Uber drop-off point in every way. Thank you, Jackie, for always reminding me of that stat. But I think that at least shows progress in whatever way we can. And, and we did have the scare regarding vacant properties, and I think how we can continue to provide any type of public benefit. And if that is parking, one of them, not, I don't know. You'll figure it out and you'll come back to us. One thing I didn't see on here is the bond project on Ogden. Am I just not reading it right?
No, I think that was an oversight. We'll include it on the next one.
Great, because I know that one has a lot of community. I know I'm looking at my colleague's face right now. It's great. But I think that, however, we can just make sure that we double check this list. I had to Google all these addresses and I was trying to make sure I didn't forget anything, but that's okay, because I think it goes to the point that my colleague said, is there's a lot. And so I don't think this is just a receive and file at this time. I think you've gotten your direction, so I think we'll thank you for your service, and we'll move on to item 5C. the update on the fiscal year 2023-2024 mid-year operating budget and work plan priorities. And I believe that's going to be you, David, or Chris. Oh wait, or is it Christine? Melissa? I'm sorry, I didn't see you coming down. Christine Seyfried, come on down. And do my colleagues want a full presentation on this or an abbreviated presentation? Abbreviated? Are you okay with that? You don't need a presentation? Councilmember Shine, would you like a presentation?
Like an abbreviated presentation.
An abbreviated presentation. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you. Could we get the, we don't need a, can we take down this? We don't need a presentation up on the screen. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Christine Seyfried, Assistant to the City Manager. I'm so pleased to introduce Melissa Lindley, our new budget officer, to you. Melissa will be presenting the abbreviated mid-year budget update to you this evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Is that working? No. Okay, thanks. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Melissa Lindley. I will provide a brief overview of the city's budget. First, a recap of last fiscal year, FY23, which reflects a second year of strong economic growth following the lifting of pandemic-related restrictions. FY23 revenues came in $20 million above budget at $160 million, reflecting significant growth in taxes, permits, signage revenues, and interest earnings. FY23 expenditures came in $11 million below budget at $128 million, resulting in a year-end surplus of $31 million. The current fiscal year, FY24, began with a balanced budget of $151 million for revenues and expenditures. Mid-year actuals for July through December are on track, with year-to-date revenues reaching $74 million, or 49% of the original budget, and year-to-date expenditures totaling $68 million, or 45% of the original budget. Council previously approved supplemental expenditures of $2.3 million. We are recommending mid-year budget adjustments to increase revenues by $2.6 million and increase expenditures by $208,500. The recommended adjustments will result in a balanced mid-year budget of $153 million for both revenues and expenditures. Attachment A to the staff report shows the approved and proposed budget adjustments. Attachment B includes an update of the FY24 departmental work plan priorities developed as part of the two-year budget. Attachment C provides an overview of the budget schedule. Development of the FY24-26 two-year operating budget and five-year capital plan will begin in late February, early March. Thank you, and we're available for questions.
Do any of my colleagues have questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. So if you can just repeat really quickly, in FY22, what was the surplus in revenue that we had?
Oh, in FY23, last fiscal year?
FY22.
In FY22, the surplus was $22 million.
Okay.
22.9 million.
22.9 million. And FY23, what is the surplus?
31.3 million.
Okay. Can you, and that surplus includes, I'm just trying to understand the numbers to be very clear. How much of that was, you said it was reduction of expenditures. What is the actual just revenues in FY22 versus FY23?
In FY22, they were 136.3 million, and in FY23, 159.78 million.
And in FY21, it was 89 million?
Correct.
Okay, because of the pandemic.
Yes.
Okay. When I was mayor and I was in the budget subcommittee, our city manager and all of you said that the revenue that we had in FY22 was the largest revenue that we've ever had to date. Is that correct? Okay. So that's amazing. And what I'm hearing now then is we've even surpassed that. Is that right? That is absolutely incredible that in FY22 and in FY23, our city not only recovered from the pandemic, but we have 2 years of back-to-back surplus in revenue. There are, I don't know what other city in the region at all can say that. That is an absolute success story, and that is with us including the highest minimum wage in the country with paid time off and sick time for all, and passing a hotel ordinance that protected workers in the city, where we got so much pushback saying that our economy was going to dive, our economy was going to tank, the city was going to lose all of their sales tax revenue. But look at the numbers. The numbers and the data don't lie. This is phenomenal. While other cities are having so much deficit still, not only are we thriving, we have surpassed expectations. That is the success story, and those are the headlines that need to be covered. This is phenomenal, and this is West Hollywood, and I'm so, so happy that we are here, and thank you to our city manager and staff, because a big part of the reason that we chose you and hired you really was to steward us into an incredible place, and you've done that. And I really, I was thrilled. I was thrilled with these numbers, and everyone in the city should be really happy with where we are. And the future is just even brighter.
And you too are thrilled, Christine, because it's questions right now. And so that's a great question to end on. I love it. You know, we let the spirit go. But I'm sure Christine would answer that question with she is too thrilled. Do any of my other colleagues have questions? Otherwise, I do have one, just one right now, public speaker on this item. Any other questions? Okay, sounds good. Oh, I just went to church a little bit. Victor Olmanchenko, please come on up.
Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood. One of the most important things we're talking about is the budget. John Heilman taught me, you got to look at these things. I'm so happy that you pointed this out, Council Member Shine, in terms of the revenues, the funds that have been coming up, even with the societal changes that we've been, undergoing. This city is, I think, doing quite well, and I really like the focus on talking about the dinero, деньги, гроши, money. But at the same time, I do have to suggest, having looked over this report, I think it would be enhanced. I've looked over these budgets before, and it would be enhanced if there were a section in it about what the status of our personnel is in the city, because the biggest line item is for wages, and benefits. And I know there are always suggestions, like you've heard from the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance, when are we going to get a full-time, perhaps, historic preservation specialist in the planning division? But I think what would be really good is, in terms of looking over the report and having in there material that says, we began the fiscal year with this many FTEs. This is the kinds of positions that we wanted to fill. But during the last 6 months, these folks left. Now we're in this hiring stage, so that we can all, as citizens, as well as our elected officials, know how the staffing is going in the biggest amount of money that does appear in this budget. So are positions needing to be filled? Are there gaps? Is there an opportunity to get temps in? I know that the parameters of this budget have been the way they've been up to this point, but as I looked through it, I didn't see much discussion about the status of personnel, unless I missed it. So forgive me, but I think that is kind of material that would be helpful for you to make continued wise judgments about how our city is financially doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. Next up, we have Nick Roybal to be followed by Rick Watts.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Erickson and Vice Mayor Byers. I am being very strategic, by the way, how I'm talking about things tonight, which you will see. I would like each of you to turn to page 8 of 13 in the staff report. About the bike lane on Santa Monica Boulevard and funding that, that is going to be a source of tension with 2M, FYI. So funding for that, as we look at Prop C funds, because we realize we can't fund it with Prop A, I just want to let everybody know 2M is going to come in tension with that, just so everybody's there. And lastly, I want to say that I am against the funding allocation of $195,000. I do not think we should be using that money for 2M. I think it does not, and for this reason alone, City Manager Wilson, it does not align with the community safety and well-being strategy that your office set forth for this city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. I no longer see our final speaker, so we're good. All right. I know this item is tertiary in the sense that it's going to come back in June, but I'm going to go back to my colleagues for any other further comments or direction. I'm sorry, I see Councilmember Meister on the screen.
Stop looking over to the right.
I did, I'm
What
sorry.
happened?
You know, I'm trying to be equal here.
So I actually have a couple of questions and then some comments. The all other revenue, what does that encompass? Is that mainly the billboards? All other revenue?
I think interest as well.
I'm sorry?
Interest.
Okay.
One second, we'll get to the page for you.
Okay. So, and I'm just going to say what I noticed is where the increase has happened since the last fiscal year is primarily TOT, transit or occupancy tax, property taxes, and all other revenue. And what hasn't increased is sales taxes. And what I would attribute that to is the fact that we do have so many vacant storefronts that we are not seeing what, you know, a proportionate increase there as we have seen, you know, where in comparison to the other, where we have seen increases. So, did you have an answer?
Okay. So regarding all other revenues, that is discussed briefly on page 4 of 13. Mostly all other revenues include charges for services. In addition to the use of money and property, those include things like parking meters, building rents, and billboards, and then miscellaneous one-time or unpredictable revenue. So those could be one-time payments, like when we received the large ARPA payment, that was a one-time revenue.
Okay, so what I would say then is, again, that you know, what the increases we have seen, TOT, property tax, and all other revenue, what we really need to be doing, what this says to me is that we need to be focusing on filling those vacant storefronts. We need to be diversifying our economy. We cannot rely on billboards to be our primary revenue because at some point they will start to cannibalize each other, just as, you know, we've talked about hotels cannibalizing one another when we did the hotel marketing study. So, you know, I would really like to see us diversifying our economy more in order to see change in our positive changes in our sales taxes and filled storefronts. And then I'm hoping that plans for surplus go towards capital projects and reserves. I assume that's where they'll be going.
Yeah, the majority will go towards the capital projects.
Great.
As well as increasing our emergency reserves for things like the pandemic.
You're
Okay.
stealing my comment statements,
Great.
Tom.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Meister. Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the great work and the great staff report. I have a very mundane issue, and that is last year I brought back an item about the Russian Cultural Festival, the Russian Language Cultural Festival, whatever we're calling it, Mishka now. And I looked at the item and the amount that is attributable for that. It actually combines two items, Eugene Maskai's classical music night along with the cultural festival. And I don't think either one of them have been increased for several years, and the costs of putting on those events have increased. So I was just going to ask the city manager, I don't want to bring another agenda item back, but if he could look at that and see whether it's appropriate, number one, to separate those items and have two separate budget items for those, and number two, if it's appropriate to try to increase the budget for those, because as I said, I don't think they've been updated for some time. And that was my only comment, but otherwise, thank you and great job.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. Just to yes and Councilmember Meister's comments, I agree. And in fact, our Business Recovery Task Force that is supposed to be coming together through the consultant, economic consultant, is for the diversification, success, and recovery of our businesses. So that'll be wonderful. And again, reiterating for staff to really push forward into streamlining our code so that businesses can actually start up quicker, and removing barriers for them is going to be essential in filling vacancies. I know that we're after our store vacancy item, vacancy tax item, we're going to have a series of meetings, and staff is going to meet with landlords and brokers to see what can be done to help new businesses as well, for small businesses opening up on that end. I do want to comment that a couple of things. West Hollywood Pride has also been a phenomenal success since we created WeHo Pride since 2022. And last year was even more successful for the economic recovery and bringing tourism to our city. And I'm so glad that we chose to create WeHo Pride. And I said this tonight, that we chose to have West Hollywood Pride. The week that we chose was that we're not only going to get tourists during our Pride, but we would get tourists during CSW Pride and LA Pride, because at the end of the day, we're literally getting tourism for the entire span, because most of the folks that come to go to LA Pride actually love to stay in our city, because we will always be the LGBTQ city and safe haven. And Sunset Strip, can't get better than the hotels that we have. I do want to comment on the staff comments. My recommendation is that we look into, I know we're going to have the Airbnb item, but in whatever way we can to increase funding for our code enforcement officers, or supplement, bring funding into this department to really spruce up code compliance. And I'm concerned about the item that we passed with the LA County Sheriff's Department for a compliance officer, or the PIO, public information officer, and a community liaison. We months ago approved expenditures for these two positions. However, the LA County Sheriff's Department has a freeze on hiring, so that leaves us with the illusion that we've added these positions. However, we can't actually fill them, and I advise us to look into can we create a community liaison position within the city staff that would interface between community, staff, and the LA County Sheriff's Department in the meantime, because I'm really not sure how long this hiring freeze is going to take, and those two positions would be really important to public safety for our city.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Shine. Vice Mayor Byers. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Byers. I too thank you, staff, for all of your hard work. I too say it every year, doom and gloom averted yet again. I still have that mailer, but nevertheless, it's great to see the fiscal health of the city continue to be of a strong priority. I believe we are in recognition or have gotten another financial award for how we report. It's great, and how we continue to do that. I want to thank our financial services staff for the great work that they do. And I just want to reiterate that something Councilmember Meister said is that while we do need to diversify our continued look at our sources of revenue, I do agree with that. TOT did go up, which is, I think, a good sign of the continued recovery, and I do read Visit West Hollywood's continued emails regarding that, and they even showed that their occupancy went up compared to the rest of the region, and the room rate being as strong as it is. I know the Sunset Marquis was sold out this past weekend for the Grammys, as well as many other hotels as well, so that's great that that continues to come in. And I even know, because I know David and Christine, you've been very conservative with these numbers, I'm sure, and so I'm sure at the end of the day it might even be higher, which is helpful to see that continued approach. And then this just leads me back to relitigating the same point. I think while there are many, aspects to these 14 projects that are here that we reviewed in the last one, this is millions and millions and millions of dollars on the table that we could do. So I think how we renew and we look at how we get these these development projects moving forward, whether it's a billboard, whether it's a development, whether it's a housing project. If it's a housing project, it is bringing in amazing residents to our city. So how do we build and continue to lead the way? And I just want to say, I talk to people, I travel, I serve on a lot of committees. I know Vice Mayor Byers jumped in feet first with everything, and every time I go to the National League of Cities, the California contract cities that serve on every committee, they say, we wish we were West Hollywood. Like, it's exactly what they say. They say, I was at the Clean Power Alliance meeting, and I was showing Councilmember Gleam Davis the item on San Vicente, and although I voted no, it's very beautiful. She said, God, what's it like to be a rich city? And I said, it's really great, but we have our businesses and our residents and our property owners and our community members to thank for that, and our great city staff. And so I just want to say that this is a renewed commitment to see that however we continue to move forward with a strong fiscal position. It's hard to challenge that even though progressive policies may spell doom and gloom, they actually produce quite a bit of money. But additionally, I would, and I'm very interested in, David, you did steal my thunder a little bit, but I think that while more money is good, that doesn't mean that we get to go shopping on the city's credit card in terms of a lot of stuff. And I would like to see, or I believe you had a recommendation to how we, and I believe we talked about this when we served on the budget committee, re-upping our investment in our rainy day fund. I believe it's 25% right now? Yeah, I would like to see that upwards to 30. if not higher. I'll leave that to be something that you consider, but I think if the pandemic taught us anything, it's how we continue to invest in these projects and moving forward. I don't know if my colleagues would disagree with the city manager looking at moving it to 30% for rainy day, but if not, that's just a direction I would like to give.
Okay, yeah, that is certainly something that we can bring back with the 2-year budget and update to our finance policies that would increase those funds, those reserves.
It's good. We'll reinvest them in the piggy bank. All right, seeing no other comments, if anyone would like to make a motion to move the item. All right, Vice Mayor Byers, and we have a second by Councilmember Heilman, and we'll take a vote. All right, that passes 5-0. Thank you very much, our amazing team. We're going to move right on to 5D, update to public officials expense reimbursement policy pursuant to AB 1234 to include guidance related to international travel. David Wilson, and are you taking this one? And Christine is taking this one as well. Christine Seyfried, take it away.
Well, thank you and good evening again. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Christine Seyfried, Assistant to the City Manager. With me tonight is David Wilson, City Manager. I have a brief presentation.
I don't need a staff report. Do my colleagues?
No.
Nope. Do we have any public comment? Nope. All right, let's go to council member comments. Do any of my colleagues have any comments on this item?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward. I just believe that with respect to any foreign travel, it needs to be brought to the council, and the council has to approve it. I think, for travel within the United States, pre-approved organizations, that's fine. But with respect to any international travel, that's the kind of travel that could raise concerns among the constituency. And I think it's very important that there be a clear indication that the travel is necessary for council members for educational purposes or for representing the city. So I think that needs to come before the council each time any foreign travel is proposed.
Great. Anyone? Councilmember Shine.
Yes, I agree with Councilmember Heilman about this coming to council, and also I am in favor of alternative A, which includes the airfare. We as public officials, I think we make $1,500 a month right now as public officials in the city, and some of us have multiple jobs in addition to the service that we provide. And airfare, this is a business, it would be a business trip, and so all of it needs to be covered, but it should come to council. I agree for all those reasons. I know that we approved Mayor Erickson going to the Vatican, and the city of West Hollywood for the first time had presence in partnership with, I forget the name of the Scholas, had a presence in front of the Pope, and Mayor Erickson had incredible conversation with the Pope, and shortly after, there was a shift in the policy of the Pope with regard to LGBTQ people, and West Hollywood truly is not only an international destination, but we, as council members, there are many incredible, there are a few that I know of incredible opportunities for international representation, and so I think that's important, something that would be good for us to be at. So,
Right.
yeah.
Councilmember Meister, do you have any other comments?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Heilman that any out of the country foreign travel whatever the event is, should come before council for discussion if there needs to be a discussion. to be approved on a case-by-case basis. Number two, I'm fine with the travel being included, that, you know, the city pays for the travel. However, as you know, we do have a budget of $50,000. And in 2023, 80% of that $50,000 was travel from 2 council members. So if two other council members had actually traveled, there wouldn't be a budget for them. So what I would suggest is alternative C, which isn't on there, to have each council member have a budget of $10,000. If that's our budget, $50,000, to have a budget of $10,000. Santa Monica has a similar policy where each council member has a budget. Actually, theirs is less. I think theirs is $8,000, but you know, let's say $10,000. I also think that for the mayor, we may want to add $1,000 or $2,000 because there are conferences that the mayor has. For example, the Conference of Mayors, that other you know, council members don't go to. So I can see the value in that, as long as it's, you know, it's for a mayor's specifically conference. But I do think that for fairness, that each council member should have that budget. And I think what they do in Santa Monica is that if someone goes over their budget and they really want to go to something, they ask one of their colleagues who hasn't used up their budget if they would be willing to transfer some of their budget to them for their you know, whatever it is. But I just think for fairness, for the 5 of us, I think that we should each, you know, because one year, you know, Councilmember Heilman or myself doesn't travel doesn't mean that that's not going to happen another year. And I don't want to have to be in a position where who gets there first. It shouldn't be like that. It should just be a fair, even split of that $50,000 with possibly additional funds for mayor events.
Thank you. Yeah, do you have a question?
Yes, I'm just curious, Councilmember Meister, have you had I mean, you've been on council for many years. Has there been a time where you weren't able to go because someone
It has
ate up all
nothing
the
to do.
budget?
It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that I'm looking at one council member spending $18,500, and another spending $21,000, another spending $9,600, which is under $10,000, and then 2 council members who didn't spend, but may have wanted to go to National League of Cities, or may have wanted. It shouldn't have to be that. It should just be we are 5 council members. We have equal, you know, responsibilities for the city and for whatever it is that we want to do. I had family issues this year, which led me not to be able to travel. It doesn't mean it's going to be like that next year. And again, I don't want to have to worry about, oh, what about the budget? If you give me a budget of $10,000, I may or may not spend it, but that should be each council member's responsibility to be responsible for that $10,000 budget.
My concern with that is it may bring up, depending on what council member likes or doesn't like another council member, it may create issues. So I would say perhaps rather than going to another council member and saying, can I have your allotment, and then it makes it too political, in my opinion. What if the city manager then, you know, decides and goes, okay, well, they're not using this, and there's someone in between, and
or the council member can come back to council with an item that says, I need to spend more money on I need an additional travel budget. Let it be transparent. Let it be in the open.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor Byers?
Thank you. I just am recognizing too that the last time that the $50,000 budget, which isn't exactly what we're here to talk about so specifically, it was more the reimbursement policy for the international travel portion. But if we're looking and talking about how that budget breaks down, that $50,000 hasn't been relooked at since 2015, most recently. So I think that's just a concern I would have as things have changed. And before, I could be in a realm of supporting a clearer breakdown. I've too wondered that question, like what is mine of the 50,000? How do we deal with that? But I would want us to look at this, maybe have staff bring something else back that looks at the 50,000 specifically, looks at potentially a different allocation, if anything. But I think the thing that's not being taken into consideration is the realm of appointments that we make and how many obligations that come up for us because of those appointments. I know much of the travel I did wasn't just picking my pet project conferences and going to them, but it was because I had to represent us as a city at those various committee places. So if we're going to think about this, we should just think about it in maybe a more comprehensive way about how some of that gets distributed. And for the case tonight before us about the international travel piece, I'm supportive of the alternative that includes the airfare, and I do support the idea that each international opportunity would be brought back to the council for a full consideration. It wouldn't be a matter of just that being located on the pre-approved travel list, but it would be a specific conversation brought forward on a case-by-case basis. The rest of it, budget allocation and how that goes, I think we need to have the conversation at a different time, taking more into consideration.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Byers. Yeah, I'm in support of Alternative A. I believe that international trips are very rare. I think in my time being involved in the city, I believe Councilmember D'Amico went to a conference in Rome once, or France. I can't remember now. Rome? Italy? Sure. Love them. God bless. And I believe there was a conference that Supervisor Horvath attended where she set up the sister cities with Paris as mayor at that time and was on transportation. And it's very rare. And, it's very rare to meet the Pope and then get him to change, decades old, generations old church doctrine. But, nevertheless. But I think that is an important transparency topic. So I'm in support of Alternative A, as well as coming back to council. It doesn't happen rarely. In terms of what Councilmember Meister said, I'm concerned about it because I've talked to these other cities, and and I will say that in regards to one city that you mentioned, and I won't say much less because that's their journey to travel, it's that there is one council member that travels a lot of places and he takes his girlfriend, and that's great. But he's, I think, taken 4 other council members' travel budgets on that council, which is fine. But it gets into a little bit of a murky territory for some of them because it feels weird for them to be personally or sitting on pots of money. And so I think it's a longer conversation. Happy to have that, but I think for right now, I think what's before us is there. I don't know if any one of my colleagues would like to make that motion. Vice Mayor Byers.
So are we adding the direction, as Vice Mayor Byers said, to look at committees that we are on? Maybe there is a base amount for, whatever it is, and then thinking about what committees.
I think it would be great for the team to come back with recommendations of different areas we can approach
So
this.
we can add that direction.
I'm happy to add that direction. The budget's been outdated for some time, so if staff wants to bring back a further recommendation, reviewing the $50,000 budget allocation for this, that'd be fine.
Councilmember Hyman.
I just wanted to clarify the motion that we're making tonight is to approve Alternative A.
Yes.
And also give the direction that any foreign travel has to be brought back on a case-by-case basis to the council for approval. And then there's direction to continue looking at whether it makes sense to do an allocation or to increase the overall budget for travel. And if that's the motion, I'm supportive.
Wonderful. I think we're all clear. David, did you need to say anything else?
I didn't hear the last part.
It's including direction for you all to look at the $50,000 amount, which hasn't been updated since 2015, and what other options or recommendations you bring to us as part of the budget. And yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Best
so
practice.
we can have that discussion as part of the budget discussion, maybe with the budget subcommittee.
Sure.
I think if we keep it all combined, the 50,000 still works because we've never gone over 40,000.
Yeah.
But if we have individual amounts per council member, then we may want to look at a higher number than breaking up that 50,000.
And I'll just say, Councilmember Meister, I can't wait for us to travel together. She's going. You're going. We're going. That's right. It's a long flight to get Adam Schiff to give us all that money to the log cabin. And let me tell you, I didn't want to take that red eye, but we did. Council member Lauren, City Attorney Lauren Langer. I got a lot of C's going on.
Okay, so in order to accomplish that motion, I think under section 4B of the resolution, we can add a point number 4, which says all international travel requires prior approval by the city council, and then we'll remove the few international destinations that are listed on the pre-approved travel list, which is also attached to the agenda item.
Sounds good.
Can I just, this is Christine. May I add one thing? Would we strike number 3 and replace it with your number 4 as a new number 3?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, Christine?
Would we eliminate item section B3, meetings and events must be approved by the city council on the list of pre-approved organizations and events?
Yes, I would, instead of saying that, I would say all international travel requires prior approval by city council.
Agreed.
Great. And then Vice Mayor Byers,
Thank you.
Nope. Great. We're good? Sounds good. All right. I'm going to vote, and we're going to end this conversation. Great. Thank you very much. 5-0. We're going to move right along. 6C, we moved 6A and 6B to consent. We have appointments to, Councilmember Hyman has appointments to make to the LGBTQ Commission and the Disabilities Advisory Board.
Yes, I'd like to appoint Michael Robert to the LGBTQ plus advisory board and Joseph Green to the Disabilities Advisory Board. I don't believe either one of them are present tonight, but I think they're going to be great additions to both of those entities. So I'm making those appointments tonight. And Melissa, I may have one more vacancy. Somebody may have to resign for work-related issues, but I'll notify you as soon as that happens.
Thank you, Councilmember Howman. And just for the record, both of these appointments are for terms ending February 28th, 2025.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to our newly appointed people. All right, we're going to move on to excluded consent. We already covered 2H. We're going to move right on to 2J, which is an update on vacation short-term rental compliance efforts. I know as staff comes on down. Councilmember Meister, did you want a full staff report for this? No? Did any of my other colleagues need a staff report? Understand? All right, so we'll go right into questions for our amazing code compliance team. Yes, please. Yeah, sorry. I was like, where are you?
You were asking questions.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some questions about the staff report, and maybe I missed something. But on page 2, where you talk about the numbers, what period of time is that?
Thank you, Councilmember Meister. On page 2 and the table that's shown there for the various neighborhoods and the breakdown, that is a point-in-time count as of January 15th.
And in comparison to, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get to 2H here. I have to bear with me. So it's just, that's literally like one day. That's like when we do the homeless count.
That's correct. And those numbers for listings and units change sometimes daily. So it's a point-in-time, snapshot in time of the total number of short-term rental listings and the total number of short-term units, rental units within the city as broken down by neighborhood.
Okay, so how does that compare to the last time you did a place and time?
So when we, on page 3, we did a bar chart that went back to 2017. As we compare those two periods of time, the numbers for January of 2024 show a reduction in both listings and units.
Okay, and that was when we just started the program?
Correct. Back in 2017 was when we first started the short-term rental compliance effort.
Okay. My next question is, are short-term rental providers considered businesses? Because I know they have to get a register, right?
Short-term rental providers in the city that are licensed are called home sharing businesses. There are approximately 30 of those licenses that have been issued in the city. And to be clear, these businesses are only for single-family dwellings or condos where the owner of that dwelling is present and residing as their primary residence inside that home, and they rent out a room in that home. That is called a home sharing business license. Those are the short-term, you could call that a short-term rental business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I might add, if I could, in our work with, for example, Airbnb, people who attempt to put a listing on Airbnb are required to provide their home sharing business license number. If not, Airbnb will not accept that listing.
Great.
And the other short-term rental companies don't do that?
We are working with them as part of our outreach and education. For example, VRBO right now has gone quote unquote dark in West Hollywood for short-term rental listings. We are working with almost close to a dozen different platforms in providing outreach and education to them. We have direct communication with VRBO and Airbnb directly. One of the issues that I know the council is aware of is we have reports of people advertising units within the city of West Hollywood that are not actually located in the city of West Hollywood. When we find those units, we report them to Airbnb and they get removed from their listing.
Okay, I have some comments, but I'll wait till after.
Wonderful. Do any of my other colleagues have questions on this item? Great. Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. We have our first speaker, Victor Olmanchenko, to be followed by Raphael. Come on. Did you want to speak on this item, Victor?
So many items. Victor Omolchenko again. Yes, thank you for this report. I looked over it, and I'm happy that the city passed the ordinance. It's wonderful to hear information that these home-sharing businesses, I like terminology, new terminology, that we have 30 of those. And what I'm hearing is that that's as long as the owner is in the single-family house and it is rented maybe to somebody, a back room or maybe a cottage. As I looked over the information, the bar chart, I remember seeing something that said number of ads and then number of units, if I remember correctly. And there was a difference there. And so I just ask you to maybe ask and find out why is there a difference? Does that mean maybe these units that are available for short-term rentals are advertised on more than one site? But I think that needs some clarification. But otherwise, I'm happy that we're getting a handle on this because there had been concern leading up to this development of the ordinance in the years past that people were kind of just going in and out of our apartment buildings and, you know, who is that? So it's good to see there's some measure of control going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. Raphael Gamon? Seeing he's not here, we'll move on to comments. I'll toss her right back to Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. So the reason I was asking if these are considered businesses is because if they are, we may be able to require them to file an annual business tax statement. And so, and depending on the revenue, they may be required to pay a tax to the county. Now, chances are they don't make enough revenue to have to pay a tax. However, if we require that they have to file an annual business tax statement, that's just another, you know, another piece of paper that they have to fill out, which may, you know, disincentivize this a bit. And so I was going to ask if we can give direction for the city attorney and for your department to look into that and and see if that's something we want to pursue.
So I'd like to add that this 30 home sharing business licenses, aside from paying further a business license, they're also required to pay TOT, the transit occupancy taxes.
Okay, this would actually be a county tax if they had to pay it, but it's really more about them having to fill out the business tax statement. And if they don't fill out a business tax statement and they are if they are doing short-term rentals and they don't have a license and they don't have, this is just another way we can, deal with compliance. And disincentivizing people from doing it if they know that there's another thing. It's not only about the fact that they have an apartment, they're not allowed to do it. They needed to have the registration and pay the TOT. It's also that we're serious. This is a business.
Yep.
That's what this is about. So if you could look into that, if my colleagues are okay with that, that would be great.
Great.
Yeah, definitely. That's something we can check.
Councilmember Harmon.
I just want to thank the staff. I know we still have a long way to go in trying to get this under control, but you've made a lot of progress, and some of the ordinance changes you've brought before us, I think, are helping. So thank you, and keep up the good work. We still, as I said, we still have a long way to go. And if there are no other comments, I'll move that we approve or receive and file with the direction that's been given.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. We'll go to a vote. All right. 5-0. Thank you so much, staff. Last but not least on excluded consent, we have item 2M. We'll have our arts team come on down. Temporary park public art exhibition by Janet. How would you say her last name? Zweig. Thank you so much. Do any of my colleagues need a staff report on this? No? All right. Why don't we, do we have questions before we go to public comment? Comments first?
I have the comment.
All right. Why don't we go to public comment? And so I see our first public comment, our only public commenter is Nick Roybal. Please come on up.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Byers, and Council. First, I want to shout out our Poet Laureate, Jen Chang. Jen is incredible and fabulous, and everyone should support Jen's work. The WeHo Times posted about a couple hours ago this project, and I would invite staff and council to read the 38 comments about this proposal. Majority of them are against this proposal, and for reasons that I will now outline to each of you, including to staff. Public safety. Public safety, Councilmember Howman. Public safety, Vice Mayor Byers. Public safety, Councilmember Shine. Equity. Access. Who will be able to access this art project? Not the disabled. And if I think about our community safety and well-being strategy, in it was equity. Nothing about this project says equity. I will jump to language. Why is there only English? How many languages are spoken in this city? I will then speak to why we aren't choosing local artists. This is an artist who's never been to WeHo, never lived in West Hollywood, doesn't know the median, doesn't know there are palm trees, there are Councilmember Heilman's blue orbs on the side that we could have used. So there are many, many issues. And then the funding allocation and the way the funding's being spent. But again, public safety and who has access to this project.
Thank you so much, Nick. All right, we're going to move on to comments. I'm just going to look from my left to my right. Councilmember Howman, do you have any comments on this item?
I appreciate the comments that were made by the public. And when I looked at the item, I had concerns about its location. I know that you've sent us a supplemental memo or explanation that this is going to be moved away from the closest area to the traffic. So could you kind of respond to that and explain how this will be safe for people who want to go on the median island and interact with it?
Sure. Thank you, Council Member, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Members. Thank you for allowing us to share more about our arts and culture programs. It's such a privilege. We never get to do this. This project was approved by the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission. It is in the rendering that is included in the staff report is concept. And just that concept, it was just intended to give an initial impression of what the artwork could look like. We have already initially shared that public safety is a concern. We recognized right off the bat that the proposed locations of those foundations for the sculptural elements are way too close to the edge of the curb line. And we are working with the artists to bring those in closer to the existing pedestrian path, which is ADA accessible in the median of Santa Monica Boulevard, Doheny. It is intended to invite interaction. It's intended to invite people to turn the mechanism to change the words in the top of the art elements. And we will be, in coordination with the artist, we will review the final drawings with our engineering, building and safety, and our facilities teams. So there's a lot of more work to be done. And this agreement allows us to continue down the path to develop the design, much as like a building is designed. This is just our concept idea, and then we'll develop it further with reviews along the way.
So just a follow-up question. I mean, the artwork and the concept, I think, is very interesting. I have no opposition to that. But since it's intended to be interactive, is that the best location for something intended to be interactive, as opposed to maybe along San Vicente where people are walking by the park, going to the library, walking their dog? And I know that area along Doheny is really an entryway, and we use it for art exhibits all the time. And it's ideal for that because people see it when they're leaving the city, when they're coming in. But in the past, none of them have been interactive in this way. So I'm just wondering, have you given that any thought, moving this to a different location?
Well, we actually had the opposite thought. We specifically wanted interaction. That median space is designed as a pedestrian path. It's designed as a meandering path for you to experience and participate in art. And we don't feel like any past exhibits have been able to do that successfully. So when we issued the RFQ a couple of years ago to solicit qualifications from artists across the country, including West Hollywood artists, then that's what they were responding to, is that we wanted a day and nighttime presence. We wanted something that invited interaction and engagement with the community. We wanted something that could be enjoyed by both pedestrians as well as the drive-by experience. And we wanted something that could be enjoyed by all ages. And we felt like this was really an exemplary project for that.
Thank you. I'm going to go to my left. Thank you. Right over to my right. Councilmember Shine, anything?
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that there's going to be movement of this into the paths to make sure that the path that is being used is ADA accessible. I think that's really important. I do actually like that. I actually thought, what if this was in West Hollywood Park? It would be nice to create some interaction there. So I agree with Councilmember Hammond's suggestion, an idea of that as well. We have a lot of folks that come into West Hollywood Park. And maybe that's something we can think about. I don't think it's ever a bad thing to add art in other places, other parks in our city, in addition to the meandering path. We are the creative city, so we have an incredible surplus in our budget, and art is wonderful. And it would be amazing, and maybe we can have our next art display have multiple languages, or maybe another language in another part of the city. I'm not sure with this piece of art if that is possible, but that brings up a really important point of utilizing multiple languages as well. So other than that, I'm supportive of this item.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, thank you so much. The reason I pulled it is because it's actually not the reasons that the speaker brought up, but because I think this is the wrong location for this project. It literally is sitting across from a hole, all right?
A lake right now.
Yeah, a lake in a hole. And there is no pedestrian activity there at all. So you may advertise this and it'll bring people maybe one weekend, maybe 2 weekends. You're not going to get 2 years of activity there. You're just not. And so it's going to be wasted there. It's different when it's art and people are driving by and they see whatever, but this is interactive, right? And you really want people to be out there. And why would we want them to be out there with a hole across the street? I mean, so my feeling is you either delay it for a couple of years until the hole is filled, or you put it someplace else. I like the idea of the West Hollywood Park somewhere, or the library, where you're going to get all ages to participate. We have a lot of visitors to West Hollywood Park who aren't residents, so you're going to get that mix of people coming to, see this. But I just think to put this, an interactive thing in a place where there is, I mean, Councilmember Heilman could tell you he runs past, I know because I've met him when I walk. I'm like the only pedestrian there. He's the only runner there. It's just, I just would hate to see us spend so much money and then maybe have 1 or 2 good weekends and then nothing. And again, who wants to attract people to a location across from a hole? I can't support the item as is. If you bring back the item with a different location, then I would hope to be able to support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Meister. I agree with what my colleagues have been said. I want to thank the members of the public who spoke about this item. Good deeds, good intentions. I think that the art itself is very interesting, and I don't really want to make comments up there because I believe I'll leave that to the experts, and I'm not going to move forward. I love the ideas of different languages. I myself have only been to that little median once for the poetry walk. I wish it was more utilized. Just in general, I won't say whole again, but I'm just saying, but I will say, for me, the Melrose Triangle is the Melrose Triangle. That's a whole separate issue. But I will say that just getting into that center area is just a complete nightmare. I mean, I think I ran across the street. I was like, oh, there's no one here. I'm just going to run because the light wasn't working. And then I found out the light wasn't working, actually wasn't working. And so, the work that we have to do, and that's, an able-bodied person. But what happens if someone actually wants to go over there, right? It's gravel. It's hard to, kind of move. It's probably a little bit of a river at the moment. But I think that, I would like this. I think this needs to go back. I know you're asking for direction to move forward. I'm happy to have you move forward, but I think the step has to go back to the drawing board, and I think you got to come back to the Arts Commission with whatever movement, different location, maybe an item comes back on consent to us, or we are updated in some other way as it moves forward. But I agree, I would hate to spend $180,000, $195,000 on something that is really cool, really, yeah.
And if I could,
Please.
The funding comes from the Public Art and Beautification Fund, which is a fund that is supported by development fees when they elect not to put art on site. And so we do have a vacant lot at that corner, and we are beautifying our median space to enhance our gateway experience. So, I just want to clarify that the funding doesn't come from general fund. It is definitely earmarked only for art.
We're not under any misunderstanding about where the money is coming from. Yeah, and for the public, that's a great point that we know where that money is coming from, but how we continue to do it correctly, and I think going backwards. I see Vice Mayor Byers wants to say something.
I do just want to say, I live right on that corner. I have a very different experience on the median, and I've very much valued the art that is a draw to that area. I can appreciate what this art is doing and taking our attention away from the left side or the right side of the street and drawing us to the left, where there are a number of businesses who I think would not like to hear us say that that's a very bad part of town.
It's not bad, it's just hard to get over to.
There's many of us who live there already and are looking for more art in this space, and I think this does a lot to actually draw people, activate people. I would love us to invite the West Hollywood Elementary School to do a walk and engage in this art, and I think you've also created something, or this artist has created something that's sort of meme-worthy and will have a life of its own in the digital sphere that I can just imagine taking off in a really exciting way, where we'll have a static set of language and words there, but people's opportunity to utilize that in the internet sphere, it's exciting. It's sort of endless. And I'm excited to think about what that'll look like, and hopeful that as art tends to do, it creates and it helps us see things in a new way. So I don't want to see us go backwards and redraw this and take it to a new park. I think this was envisioned as a thing to activate a space that is underactivated and has a need to be activated for the benefit of that side of town. So that's my sense of that.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Meister.
Yes, so I'll make a motion, and, I know that there are some differences in opinion, but I would make a motion to say that we, are moving ahead with the project in terms of the budget and the project description. However, we would like to see a different location that would be more appropriate, which would be more inviting to having, pedestrian activity and the ability to have an interactive space that has more space as well. That would be I don't know if that's a good motion or not, but it's the only one I got.
So if the motion passes, do we need to go back to the ACAC, to the Arts Commission, or if we find another location? Can we just come back to council?
I think it's a question of process for how you would handle. I have been here just a little while, but I don't remember the last time we've taken up an art project in this way. Right, I know. So I think in terms of process, it should probably go back to the ACAC, or I would take the advice of the staff liaison and and Laura or David on the best approach forward, because I know this is kind of uncharted territory.
There are milestones in the agreement to bring it back to ACAC, so they need to approve the final art plan.
Okay.
Right now, again, we're just in concept.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll bring it back to ACAC to determine a new location for it.
Lauren Langer.
Is that okay?
Well, I guess my question is, the location is specified in the contract.
Yeah.
So is the direction to not approve the contract tonight?
At this moment, yeah. But
I want to make sure everyone's clear as to what council wants
that
to
would
do.
be a part of the motion, would be essentially not to approve the contract and send it back to ACAC, essentially, for a different location. And then if the artist was amenable to that, right, then we would find out.
And it would come back on consent.
Okay.
To us.
Yeah, obviously, we can't approve the contract if it's location specific.
Yeah.
So we would be, what I was hearing is that there was approval of the art concept and that we'd like to see it move forward, but simply not at this location.
Correct.
At least that some
Yes.
people were saying that, not everyone.
Right, that was my motion.
Sounds good. I will second that motion. And whatever happens on the screens will happen on the screens. I'll second that. And then if there's no more discussion, we'll go to a vote. Are you clear on the motion, City Clerk?
Yeah, it's direct staff to return to the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission to find a new location for the artwork. And then I'll work with staff because it may need to go to PFC as well, if it's going to go in a park. So.
Okay, and it's to not approve the contract tonight, but to come
Correct.
back to us on consent.
Yeah, so
once-
I removed everything regarding the contract from the previous recommendation. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that item passes 4-1. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Oh, yes, Ms. Beery?
Yes, one more quick clarification. As was alluded to by the council, this is a very important space for programming, and so we also will be going back to ACAC to talk about what a new programming might look like for this space.
Wonderful. All right.
And maybe not interactive. Until the hole is filled.
You had to get one more in, didn't you? I
I'm
tell
less
you.
concerned about that than the traffic zooming past on
Yeah.
either side.
I think I'm not going to say what I want to say. We're going to move right on to, thank you very much. That concludes excluded consent. We're going to go right on to the last public comment. This time has been set aside for the public to address the council on any items of interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council that could not be heard under item 1 at the beginning of the meeting. So, Madam City Clerk, I see 3. So I'm going to go and get first general public comment, Nicholas Roybal. You're good? Great. Sounds good. This is how we do it. Second public comment, Victor Olmanchenko. And if you turn it into a song, I'll be at Ciclavia with you.
Well, I did do, Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood, I did do a bunch of research on those items, you know, the 2H and the 5B, and I'd just like to add in that I heard Councilmember Meister say that she's a pedestrian in our Western Gateway, and Councilmember Heilman is a runner in our Western Gateway. I wanted to just chime in that I'm a bicyclist that goes by that hole, but I have used also the path going down, and I remember all of the different kinds of artwork that has been available to the public, and it is a nice respite at that extremely busy intersection. Well, now joining the 14 is the bond project that you will be hearing more about, I guess, in the next quarterly report when staff comes back with the update on the current development projects. And that got me to thinking, between the arts, formerly called the Arts Project, and the 9000 Sunset Boulevard building, there's been this huge lot that I remember has been empty for the last 20 years. It would be in the 8900 block. It's where Mr. Green Jeans sells Christmas trees on Sunset. I didn't see anything in the staff report on that item, and maybe that's now finished or something, but maybe that could be added too. I'd like to know what's going on on that huge piece of land. And regarding the French Market, that's interesting. I'm sure that, you know, that has historic impact. That's a very important building in lesbian and gay history in the city back when people were kind of afraid to even be out in the open in the 70s in that patio area. So whatever happens there with the new tenant, it's good to hear that staff will come back with information about rehabilitation of this historic resource, and I hope that the Historic Preservation Commission is involved. And at the next quarterly thing, there was a movie made in a novel written in 1811 by Jane Austen called Sense and Sensibility. I can't tell you how many of these brochures I'm getting from a group called Sensibility on Sunset, and I'd like it to come out from the dark, and I'm looking forward to learning more about it in the next quarterly development report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Victor. Our last public speaker is Rick Watts.
Thank you, Council. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. 5 items. Number 1, I want to thank Councilman Heilman for his appointments, specifically for Joe Green to the Disabilities Advisory Board. For those of you that have not had the opportunity to meet Joe, comes with a great depth of experience with disability issues, specifically with HIV and AIDS. So congratulations also to Joe. I look forward to working with him, as do my colleagues on the Disabilities Advisory Board. While we're on this, just a reminder that there are also still vacancies on the Older Adults Advisory Board, and you have one very qualified, at least one very qualified applicant, Richard Leroy, who is still awaiting action. The OAAB needs a full board, and they haven't had one for quite some time. So I hope you'll get that taken care of. And then also a request, speaking of budgets, and our recovered city budget, that the budgets for boards and commissions could use some work as well. Their budgets were cut significantly because of COVID, and I totally get that, but we're kind of beyond that, and boards and commissions need to have those budgets restored, preferably with funding to also take into consideration the not inconsiderable amount of inflation that has taken place from 2019 forward. And then last thing, for those of you that are interested in vehicle efficiency, I finally had to get my car refilled for the first time in 1,855 miles. Plug-in hybrid, Kia Niro.
Thank you so much, Rick.
10 miles, 10-gallon tank.
There you go. All right. We're gonna move on to councilmember comments and meeting attendance reports. And I'm gonna start with Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, I attended and spoke at the Rainbow Key Awards, the Greater Los Angeles Realtors Association installation of their president and board of directors. I participated in the Greater Los Angeles Homeless Count. I want to thank my colleagues for approving the item 6B and moving that to consent, which is a resolution condemning the conflict in Ethiopia and standing in solidarity with the people of Ethiopia who are essentially experiencing a form of genocide by their government. And so many children are suffering and not able to have education. So I really appreciate that my colleagues move that to consent and approve that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Shine. Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, thank you. Before I give my comments, I would request that we adjourn in memory of the 3 service members. Their names were Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, Specialist Kennedy Layden Sanders, and Specialist Brianna Alexandria Moffett. I would request we adjourn in their memory. I attended the Rainbow Key event. I attended the Jewish dog screening. Attended the Winter Sounds event up at the Pendry Hotel, and it was a great venue, and I want to thank all of our Arts and Cultural Affairs staff for shifting it to that venue. I attended the Williams Institute and their annual brunch, and I attended a number of other events, and I just don't remember, but in view of the lateness of the hour, I think that's fine.
That sounds good. Thank you so much. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So since our last meeting, I attended the Southern California Association of Governments Energy and Environment Committee and Regional Council, where the Regional Council approved the development of the SoCal Greenprint. The SoCal Greenprint will provide data for informed planning decision-making and hopefully will provide opportunities for environmental equity and more balance among competing interests. I also attended the Rainbow Key Awards, Plummer Park Ad Hoc Committee, obviously the Shepherd, the Jewish dog. I wanted to thank Councilmember Heilman for bringing forward item 6A on vehicular noise. I don't know, I assume that this will also include the fact that on Sunset and Beverly at 2 a.m. they're raceways, and hopefully we can address the speeding cars that are contributing to the vehicular noise. I wanted to announce for LA County Assessor Jeff Prang He asked me to remind residential property owners that if you own a home and it's your principal place of residence on January 1st, 2024, you may apply for an exemption of $7,000 from your assessed value. New property owners will automatically receive a homeowner's property tax exemption claim form. Homeowners' exemptions may also apply to a supplemental assessment if the prior owner did not claim the exemption. If you are eligible and would like to apply for the exemption, you can access the claim form on the website of the LA County Assessor's Office. If eligible, you just sign and file the form with the assessor on or before February 15th. Or before the 30th day of the date of the notice of the supplemental assessment, whichever comes first. Don't ask me what that means. I would say contact LA County Assessor Jeff Prang. Lastly, I would just like to raise awareness among my colleagues and staff when we looked at this item on 3A about the number of affordable units that the city is getting compared to what we are giving away. And I believe that it's really something we should be addressing in our lobbying efforts at the state level. Our city, as you all know, had an inclusionary ordinance that required 20% affordable units with no incentives. And in the past, 75 units, which in this case probably could have been accomplished in 5 stories, would have yielded the same 15 affordable units that we got tonight with the project that was approved on Santa Monica and Crescent Heights. And so the project is actually yielding only 13.6% affordable units when you look at the total number of units. And yet, when this was all based on the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, we would have had those same 15 units with 5 stories and probably a lot happier residents. So it's just a shame that, the city was doing its part, was getting the amount of units that we were getting without having to give away the farm. And I just think that we should consider, lobbying the state to say, look, if a city has an inclusionary housing ordinance that produces the same number of units, but without all the incentives, that really should be taken into consideration with these laws. So that's it. I'll get off my soapbox, and thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for your participation in tonight's meeting. My attendance report, I joined the National League of Cities Transportation and Infrastructure Services Federal Advocacy Committee meeting, the Los Angeles Affordable Housing Solutions Agency meeting, and the Clean Power Alliance Energy Planning Committee meeting. I was also happy to participate in World Kindness Day with WeHo Elementary. Congratulations to Mrs. Levy's 2nd grade class, who reminded us that kind words are the music of the world. And there's some great videos of our mayor dancing to that door. You'll get it if you see them. Thank you to everyone who participated in the homeless count, and especially to our city staff for their leadership that night. Congratulations to the many West Hollywood businesses and organizations for being recognized by the Los Angeles Blade Best of LGBTQ Los Angeles, including our own WeHo Pride, and the city of West Hollywood for being recognized as the best in the many ways that we are. Congratulations again to the youth ambassadors with the One Institute, whose amazing art history projects we got to see on display. You can see them too, February 15th through the 17th at the One Gallery. And thank you to the city manager for listing some of the amazing arts programming we have to look forward to. I would especially recommend, as Councilmember Heilman did, if you get a chance to check out the Winter Sounds. Thank you to the Pendry for being such an amazing partner. That venue is stellar, and we're so lucky to be a part of it. One last thing, I found that in this weather, I don't drive anyhow, but it is especially nerve-wracking watching folks try to navigate the roads. So please, please be safe. And if you can at all possible, I recommend taking Metro. It's a really great way to get yourself a driver, get around safely, and it's not too bad standing out in the rain for a few minutes. But it is a good reminder of why bus shelters are a really good thing for folks. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Byers. In terms of meetings I attended, I did interviews regarding the Holloway, which was very nice, following our council meeting after the last one at 6 a.m. You're welcome, Joshua. I was there, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I attended the Chamber of Commerce Mix and Mingle at Ore Bar, a great reminder that Ore Bar is more than just a bar. It also is an amazing coffee place, and that you can go there and have every type of coffee known to man, I guess. Yeah, it's great. It's crazy busy too. But anyways, go to Ore Bar and have a coffee. You don't need to do anything else. It was an amazing way to see that space so full. I also did the Great Kindness Challenge where we host sheriffs and parents at WeHo Elementary alongside Vice Mayor Byers, and I'm dancing on my Instagram for sure. I participated in the Great Los Angeles Homeless Count. I attended the Memorial for Sybil Zayden. Thank you so much, Councilmember Heilman, for putting that on. I hosted, for a non-city related event, the Coffee with the Mayor at Dialogue. Thank you to all the amazing people I met. I attended Pride at the Park in Culver City, where they started their first Pride recognition for their students in their school district. I attended the One Institute's Youth Ambassador for Queer History event. Those students are just amazing. I, too, was able to stop by The Shepherd, the story of a Jewish dog. I accepted the awards that were mentioned for the Los Angeles Best in the Blade Award. That was all in one day, by the way. And then I did an interview with KPFK on homelessness, presented a proclamation along with Vice Mayor Byers to Thelma Houston at the Wild for Thelma Houston Day. Attended the Rainbow Key Awards. Congratulations to all the awardees and to staff. And I just want to give Moya a shout out. They really rocked it and did such an incredible job. I know it is not a one-person show, but as someone who used to do that event before I was in many things, but it's not easy, and it was just one of the best ones I've attended in a really long time. And we'll get to do it again later this year. So lots of stuff to look forward to. I, too, attended the Plummer Park Ad Hoc Subcommittee, the CPA Board of Directors meeting. I presented Envision Church with their 10th anniversary, and then yesterday I attended the Celebration of Life for William Bill McNeely, my former Older Adults Advisory Board member. I will be making an appointment next month out of respect for Bill. I wanted some time to pass. Bill was very special to me and to many members of this community, and I miss him every day. Additionally, I want to congratulate Vice Mayor Byers, or should I say most committed activist, by the Los Angeles Blade Awards. And I have a couple of announcements to make. On Friday at 9 a.m. right here in this chambers, we will be holding the Retail Theft and another fancy name subcommittee of the state that the state has put together, that Assemblymember Rick Chavez-Zabur put together, that we are hosting and that we, a part of our statewide lobbying efforts, have been able to get. And so I'm very excited at 9 a.m. There will be a hearing by the Joint Assembly Select Committee on Retail Theft and Assembly of Public Safety. It's great to have it right here in West Hollywood. And then in addition to that, I too want to echo what my colleagues have been saying regarding short-term rentals, but I want to bring up something that I think we need to look at moving forward, and that was the incident of Zoom bombing that occurred at the SASE subcommittee. I think that we need to have a conversation as a council on what committees are Zoomable or not Zoomable or not anymore, or phone call, but I think we need to have that conversation much like we did about in-person, not in person, at a future meeting. I want to again, just say it was an incident that should not have occurred, and I'm glad our staff and everyone handled it appropriately. And then 2 public safety related items. A flash flood warning has been issued again for Santa Monica, West Hollywood, and Beverly Hills until 5 a.m. So please don't drive if you don't have to. We'll drive home, but that's all I'm doing. And then the American Red Cross sent us an email, and there is a 24-hour disaster dispatch number, and that number is 1-800-675-5799. Thank you to our security ambassadors, our sheriffs, and our staff for keeping us safe and secure during this storm. I'm glad to report not a lot of any damage, but we don't know everything that could have happened if there's a little leak here or there. But I'm really happy, and it's been great to see even our security ambassadors still out there walking in the rain, making sure our communities are safe. And following that, we are adjourned. It is 10:30. 15, and the next meeting will be on Tuesday, February 20th, 2024 at 6 p.m. right here in the West Hollywood Public Park Community Council Room, Council Chambers. Thank you very much.
And we're really excited at the opportunity to provide programs and services like this. It gives the ability for a community to come together and build relationships with one another as they go through our programs from infancy to adulthood.